Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Happy December. Tuesday, all of the things. How is everyone doing this morning? We have got our Winter May drawn by the ever wonderful Vapor. We have our holiday background by the ever wonderful Morgan Le Fab. And the model moves, courtesy of Anu the Archivist, aka Pim in the Discord. A little bit of cheery. Thanks for the shout out. Now we just need a winter hippo. It me. It is. Yeah. It's so cute. I love it. And it's great because I'll be able to use it January and February, which is awesome. Anyway, good morning. Yes, give Vapor a follow. Last night on her stream, she was drawing another model for somebody else. So if you want to see some of the process that goes along with that, feel free to give her a follow. She's lovely. And yes, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Let's see who we got this morning. We got Curie and Irascible Atlantic and Phil Taylor on YouTube. Good morning to you all. We've got Kat and Neuropunk and Pian Dune. Good morning, Jajabbers and Olafin and Ninja Cupcake. Nick from Canada. Morgan herself. Hey, it's Badger Queen. It's been a while. Good to see you, friend. Whoops. And Ash is here. And Lurker is here. Elemental is here. And yes, if you have not taken your meds, take your meds. Get some to drink. Make sure you have eaten something this morning. Good morning, Dragoin. You're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your name, friend. We got Siege this morning. And Pachoo. Yeah, if I missed you, I'm sorry. Say hello again and call me out for not saying good morning. I hope you are all doing very well. Vapor does rule. She's awesome. And Anu is the reason why the model moves. And, you know, all of those good things. Boop, boop. Hey, U235. It is snowing on stream. All good, Morgan. One at a time. Time to earn more cookie points. Good morning, Dr. Badstrings. Dre gone. Okay. Fair enough. That's easier than what I was trying to pronounce. Yes, give Anu the Archivist a follow as well, quickly. On Saturday night, they did a live on the history of labor, specifically in Alberta. I think many of you caught that. I was not able to, unfortunately, but I hear it went really well. Fresh snowfall, looking forward to skiing. I grew up skiing. I haven't gone in a few years. This is the only snow you'll see for at least 2 weeks. Gonna need a part 2. Well, there you go. There you go, y'all. I don't have a ton of things to go through this morning. We're gonna go through some of the big things that have happened sort of in the last almost week since I was live. Skiing is not foaming your body mass is how you go way fast. Heading to India on Friday. Interesting. Work or pleasure? Bum, bum, bum. It's got warm enough yesterday, melted a bit and froze. It's a bloody ice rink. Yeah, today is one of those it's above 0 days. So we'll see how tomorrow goes. It depends if it refreezes over again, because then it will definitely be icy here. Definitely, definitely. Neither fiance's family. Well, there you go. No, May is the one on the TV. Hey, that's right. You guys got a new TV. Skiing can be terrifying if you take a lesson or two first on how to stop. Once you have control enough to be able to stop, it's not as scary anymore. Yeah, Dr. Badstrings, this I completely agree. I am prone to having gravity kick my butt without the ice, so it's a controlled fall down a cliff. Yeah, it kind of is. You guys want to see something fun? I just got my Twitch 2025 recap, which is kind of cool. Yeah, that's right, Anu. You worked on a hill for a while. And downhill skiing a few times for cross country. I've never tried cross country, but I hear it's pretty awesome. Thanks, Lucky. Thank you, friend. Oh, we gotta fix our, whoops, the wrong one. Gotta fix our tiny May in the corner here. There we go. You have a teaching certificate. Did you teach skiing or snowboarding? I can't remember. Both. There you go. I never tried snowboarding because people told me that if I was a pianist, which I was, and I broke my wrists, that would be the end of my piano playing career. So I was way too... I already had carpal tunnel, and I'm like, if I break my wrist, I'm never going to be able to play again. So snowshoeing is a killer workout. Absolutely. All right, y'all. Hey, Josh skiing. There you go. I just wanted to show you guys this. I haven't opened this yet, so let's take a look. Oh, good glory. Let's slow that down, please. Confirm it's more difficult to play piano. Yeah. Oh, never mind. That's not what I wanted. Let's go back. There we go. I've streamed 70 hours this year. 70 hours. Y'all have been listening to me yammer. Hey, Dan. Good morning. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. You're going to have a latte? Nice. I will fully admit that the seasonal depression has kind of won this morning, so I drove my ass to Starbucks and I got myself a gingerbread latte, chai latte, and I am a little bit happier. Alright, I just want to show you all this. I've streamed 45 times on 28 days because we have those super lovely days where the stream crashed like 10 times in a row. This is how many hours y'all have watched, which is, you guys are awesome. Espresso for me. Oh, I love gingerbread. Obviously, top categories, just chatting. Not sure what the goat is. Or maybe it's just I don't have another category that got enough hours in it. My top stream reached 61 viewers. I believe that was either the debate or my very first stream. I think I had quite a few people, which is awesome. Top tags. 35 hours a week would get you 18. It is almost a full year's of work since September. So September, October, November. That's how many hours I've streamed. 13,858 chats. Top emotes the cookie, which makes sense. Again, all of these, except for this one. This table, the tiny gavel, and the May cookie are designed by Morgan. I think this one was Vapor, if I'm not mistaken. My biggest fans! Look at y'all. Elemental. Neuropunk, Cat, Moose, Nick, Sniper Panda, Tyrion, of course. Hey, Badger. Anu the Archivist, and Morgan. Thank y'all for being here all the time and chatting lots in the chat. My top collaborators, of course. Yeah, the hippo was me. I thought so. I just didn't want to say it incorrectly. The most raids from the wonderful Faye Kim. It would have been funny if the table had crossed over all the spots. Yeah, for some reason. Oh, maybe this didn't have room for the other one, but yeah, 166 times of the cookie. Who rated me? These three lovely humans. Good morning, Canadian Goose. How are you, friend?
The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States.
Raids. 4 clips, 2 clippers. 306 followers. I believe I'm above that now. This is because of that ridiculous day where you guys made me cry for 20 minutes straight. 8 hype trains. 122,000 points spent. And just remember, y'all, this is since September. Like, y'all are the best. That was fun. I'm glad you thought it was fun. I just cried for the rest of the day.
The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States.
The hippo is probably your favorite part of the stream. Yeah, that's pretty great. It was fun and wholesome. Affiliate unlocked. We unlocked that in 2 weeks. Again, freaking wild. Chat badges. Yeah, there we go. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Thank you all so very much for being here over the last few months. I am very excited to continue into the new year and see what all happens. Thank you, Jabbers. I really appreciate that. I am affiliate. I've been able to earn money since mid-September. You wouldn't be able to get subs if I hadn't earned affiliate. And the next step is partner, and I need to that one is a little bit more difficult because you need to have about 75 average viewers. Thanks, Bibliophile, and good morning, Kane. You need to have 75 viewers over 5 or 6 streams, I think, something like that. But as far as the follows and the subs, you guys have already got me there, so I really appreciate that. I really, really do. So yeah, a little bit of love. Thanks, Badger. We're always happy to see you, friend. A little bit of extra love and appreciation. It is, and oh, that's loud. And I have a feeling that is not my... Nope, that is not my copyright-free music. So we're gonna pause that for a minute. The sub blitz worked. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the number of subs here, but this right here, this is because y'all are mean, but also wonderful. Yeah, I love you guys. And I love doing this, so I'm very thankful that there's enough people that want to sit and listen to me babble on. Because I love it. Great prank.
Did we just become best friends? Yep!
Hey, thanks, Lurker. Happy to have you here, friend. Yeah. Wild, you guys. When I went to my husband at the end of August and I was like, so hey, remember that job that I've had for 9 months? Yeah, it's gone now.
Trans rights are human rights.
Hell yeah. And I'm gonna start streaming. Is that okay? And he went, okay. And you guys have made it happen. And I would not be able to keep doing this without you. So thank you. I'll show you. I'm actually at this many followers because I have more. But yes, thank you very much, everybody. I love you. Okay, we have a couple of. He went okay and bought, yeah, and upgraded my entire computer because I have a very, very supportive partner. Um, who's just the best. So it's Maze Torch. Thanks, Anu. Thank you. We're trying. Love is in the air. Yeah. Yeah. All right. This morning I'm going to start with. Should we start with our political grandma this morning? The wonderful, the irreplaceable Elizabeth May. Oops. Come on, internet. There we go. Love is in the air, and I needed a bit of a boost, so I didn't realize that recap was there. That was kind of a fun way to start the stream. Yeah, Dan, we're gonna watch her reaction. Yeah. Oh, that too, Ninja. That was very funny. We're gonna start with our wonderful Elizabeth May, who responded to the MOU, in typical Elizabeth May fashion. We love her. I'm gonna start with the volume down a little bit, just so that there's no captions. We don't hurt your ears. I'm gonna quickly check to see if there is a YouTube clip of this so we can turn on our captions. Yeah, she deserved a lot better. This was a big slap in the face, I think, to Elizabeth May, who supported and voted for the bill, and then for Carney to immediately turn around and do this MOU. Oh, there is. Okay. Let's switch to the YouTube so we can have some captions. Yeah. Minna is following my mouse. Her headphones look like the ones I'm using. Ninja. So we're gonna we listen and we don't judge. As an MP, was the most dangerous place in autos between Elizabeth and the microphone. Absolutely. Hey, Potato Mage. Good morning, friend. All right, let's listen to our political grandma. Yeah, ADHD moments. All right, I'm going to start it not super loud and I will turn it up.
Anyone in room 135B in West Block and any reporters currently on the line. As you heard, we've had some.
Hey, oh dear. Kivyuko? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Please correct me if I am not. Good morning and welcome.
Technical difficulties connecting. Malheureusement, la conférence de presse maintenant est prête pour commencer. And I'm very grateful to people who've waited and people who've been helping me.
I love her.
Je suis vraiment désolée. C'est un outrage. Comme chef de parti vert, quelqu'un qui a travaillé sur la question du changement climatique et pour protéger l'environnement et la santé des Canadiens il y a quelques décennies. Alors, we knew we had a lot of advance notice that there would be some kind of memorandum of understanding between the government of Alberta and Premier Danielle Smith and Prime Minister Mark Carney. But this is simply unimaginable. This is a betrayal of so many different values, so many different agreements, so many different orders of rights and existing Canadian law. It completely sets the stage for the complete abandonment of Canada's climate policy. It is simply shocking. So I will go through in short order major concerns and then be available for any questions anyone has.
I will say I love that whatever program they're using here, it's Elizabeth M-A-H-Y. May. You have that Celtic cross. Yeah, does anyone know, does Elizabeth May come from a Irish background at all, or is it just something that she wears? She looks like she shouldn't do that job because it's too tiresome. So I'm not sure where you're from, Kivuko, but this is the leader of the pardon? This is the leader of our federal Green Party in Canada. She's not a construction worker. She is speaking to reporters about a political decision that happened in Canada.
And I think, of course, you're all hearing the responses from British Columbia First Nations, coastal peoples of British Columbia, as well as Canadians from coast to coast. What this accord does is...
You're from Finland. Well, welcome. So in Canada, we had the federal budget just happen, and it passed, and she was essentially the deciding vote for that budget to pass, and she represents a lot of the climate change, anti-climate change things in our House of Commons. And immediately after our Prime Minister got her to vote for his budget, he then went to Alberta, which is our oil capital of Canada, and signed a memorandum of understanding that essentially goes back on... Oh, she's pro-climate. Sorry, very pro-climate. She is the Green Party. She is the pro-climate... Sorry, my words aren't awake yet this morning. Yeah, the Texas of the North. He essentially went right behind her back and immediately destroyed a whole bunch of the climate initiatives in order to sign something for a single province. So this is her response to that. That's what we're watching right now.
Give a fast track to massive industrial projects, some of which are unlikely to work but waste a lot of money, some of which may work but will not help the climate crisis, and others that simply make no sense. Maintenant, c'est un protocole d'accord entre Ottawa et Alberta. C'est vraiment un grand cadeau dans la Constitution du Canada. Puis aussi, November 17th, with d'accords that don't make sense. Just on November 17th, the Prime Minister confirmed in the House of Commons, in response to my question, not just to me, but to all Canadians, a commitment to the Paris Agreement to stay as far below 2 degrees Celsius as possible. This agreement is premised on net zero by 2050, as though they are the same things. They are not. Net zero by 2050 is a fraud. It always has been, because in order to avoid catastrophic impacts from the climate crisis, emissions need to be reduced quite sharply. And yesterday, but certainly the date limite de 2050. C'est pas acceptable parce que c'est dans l'avenir et très loin à l'avenir. It's too far in the future. 2050 is not a date that shows up in the Paris Agreement at all. We are committed.
Anu, Canada only has the budget for oil and gas. Yeah, they're not great, but I doubt that she has any other ones. Gibbo leaving the cabinet. Yeah. Good morning, Gavin.
As a country to 40 to 45% reductions below 2005 levels by 2035. So everything about this agreement, the notion of net zero, la notion de zéro d'ici 2050, ce n'est pas une cible acceptée, ce n'est pas une cible dans l'accord de Paris. So that's the first point. We need to ensure we're meeting international law.
The Paris Agreement targets were set by Harper. Yep, signed by Trudeau. Going back to the Kyoto Protocol, Liberals have never met a single climate target. Nope. Or haven't.
Which is the Paris Agreement. But for that matter, we also have to meet domestic law, because Canada has the so-called Net Zero Accountability Act that requires that Canada have emission reductions by 2035. The plan to achieve those under domestic law is due in February 2026. This blows a hole through all of that. If we were serious about building an oil pipeline to expand production of the dirtiest of forms of oil, which is bitumen, from the oil sands of Alberta. It is also absurd in that it speaks of something that can't exist. And what can't exist is a bitumen pipeline. I say that not as a political statement, but as a physical reality, that bitumen is a solid and can't flow through a pipeline. That
One of the other reasons, Kivoko, that we love her so much is that a lot of the times politicians, and this is a universal thing, they like to dance around the point. They like to not really answer the question. They like to make things look prettier than they are. She doesn't do that. I'm sure she's done it in the past, but for the most part, she is going to tell you exactly what she thinks, and it's one of the most refreshing things to watch.
That's why the substance that moves through the Trans Mountain pipeline isn't solid bitumen, but diluted bitumen, which makes it a far more dangerous substance and makes it impossible to clean up in the marine environment. So I don't know why any written document signed by a prime minister and a premier would refer to a bitumen pipeline. But for a moment, imagine they actually want to move solid bitumen to the BC coast. That's easy. The infrastructure exists now. If you want to move bitumen as a solid, like a lump of tar, which is what it is, you put it on a train where it's completely safe. It's not like Bakken Shale that blew up in Lac Mégantic. Put it on a train or truck, ship it to a container ship. It doesn't pose a risk because bitumen can neither catch fire nor spill. It, just as a note of interest, of the diluted bitumen that now leaves Burnaby from the Trans Mountain Pipeline and is shipped to China, on arrival at any port, whether Dilbit, whether going to China or the US or wherever, the first thing they do is take out the diluent, which is a mix of chemicals, basically fossil fuel condensate. That
Yeah, we're just using the YouTube captions. CPAC, I'm finding, isn't super great with making sure they have captions and all their stuff, which they definitely should be, because our government proceedings should be as accessible as humanly possible. Diluted bitumen, that seems like they decided on the worst option. Of course, they would never decide on the most environmentally friendly or most safe option. They're going to go for the least amount of money.
makes the bitumen, once stirred in, capable of flowing through a pipeline. At any place of destination, they take out the diluent because it's not a product upgrade. It's only there to get the solid bitumen to flow through a pipeline. So about a third of the bitumen from Alberta that now reaches China is used to pave roads because it is essentially tar. It's not essentially crude oil until it is upgraded and then goes through a refinery to become a fossil fuel product like gasoline. Just to make these points, because I wonder how they could decide that they want to call it a bitumen pipeline. If it's a pipeline, it's a dilbit pipeline. And dilbit is inherently more dangerous in transit. And if it spills, it is literally impossible to clean up in the marine environment. So the tanker ban that was enacted on the BC coast as a voluntary understanding between the federal government and BC government when the prime minister was Pierre Trudeau in 1972, that wasn't motivated by climate action, obviously, in 19...
Or we should be twice as responsible and twice as intent on holding our politicians accountable for their actions.
In 1972, that was motivated to protect the BC coastline from a major oil tanker spill, such as was experienced a couple of years later in Alaska with Exxon Valdez.
You want to have an idea about diluted bitumen spills? Look here. Oh my goodness. That is a lot. Moving of the sediment, yeah, it is impossible to clean up out of the marine environment here. Look at all that oil. Gross. Ruptured segment of pipeline. Oil normally floats to the surface. Diluted bitumen is too heavy. It sinks and coats everything in sludge. Yeah. Oiled vegetation. Like, look at all this mess. Overview map of the affected areas. All of that contaminated soil. You studied to clean up those spills. Couldn't do it in the end. Too depressing. Yeah, that makes sense. Heavily oil. Like, look at that. Poor animals, and they just want to exist in the water. So yeah, imagine. I mean, this is horrific, but imagine something like this in those coastal areas of British Columbia. You know, the beautiful beaches and all those things that we have in Canada. Yikes. Coast is too delicate. Yeah. We have glass sponge reefs. Yep. Diluted bitumen can form fairly stable oil-water emulsions. Some of it may float. With the addition of naphtha and animals to emulsify and stay in water kind of forever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Dan Harris adds salt and tides and waves and all of those things. And, you know, that tiny, quote unquote, tiny little spill gets swept out to sea very quickly.
This is a nonsense. It is also a nonsense to say that the Pathways project, once completed, will be successful in containing carbon dioxide and sequestering it from the environment. Carbon capture and storage is notoriously hugely expensive and not particularly effective. On top of that technology, they're betting on a technology that is both expensive and not particularly effective. They've also put real push behind the idea that Alberta is going to go nuclear. And they've also, of course, in assuming that they can go across BC with a Dilbit pipeline against the wishes of the people of British Columbia and against the rights of title holders, First Nations, whose rights are entrenched in Section 35 of our Constitution, as well as in Canada's acceding to the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Yeah, she does.
At every level, this is an abomination, and I'm afraid that Prime Minister Mark Carney and Premier Daniel Smith will find that no matter Daniel Smith saying in the press conference today that this memorandum of understanding does not give a veto to the province of British Columbia or any province or anyone else. If Premier of Alberta, Daniel Smith, thinks that First Nations in this country don't have constitutionally enshrined protected rights and that there aren't enough bulldozers in this world to stop the determination of British Columbia coastal First Nations to say, no damn way are you crossing British Columbia again with a Dilbit pipeline to create more tanker traffic, to threaten our marine environment and billions of dollars worth of industry on our coastline, our fishery, our tourism.
This is what I love about this chat, Dr. Badstrings, as well. Like, I will be here, I'll provide my commentary, and there's so many wonderfully smart people in the chat that we can have these conversations and learn together. I think that's one of the most important things that we can do when it comes to our politics in Canada is learning as much as possible.
But beside putting dollar signs on it, our rights and the rights of our children and grandchildren to have an existence in a planet that's habitable without a vast increase, not only in fossil fuel production, but fossil fuel burning and a threat to the future of human civilization. So I read this memorandum of understanding expecting to see concern, expecting to think they're going to offer the possibility of a pipeline if they can find a private sector proponent. But there's far more in here that is stated as the federal government will ensure Alberta can do the following things. And we have to make it very, very clear. Green Party will make it clear. The British Columbia Green Party has already made it clear, as have the First Nations. I saw the statement of Hereditary Chief of the Haida Nation, Gujau. if the BC government and the federal government of Canada think that this is a doable thing, they are wrong, misinformed, and it's a nonsense to imagine that untested, expensive technologies like carbon capture and storage are going to make it possible to build a pipeline loaded with diluted bitumen. As I said, no objections from me. Load it on a train, ship it to the port of Vancouver, stick bitumen in container ships, and send it wherever you want. But don't you dare think you're going to put a pipeline loaded with diluted bitumen across the BC coast and increase the number of tankers on our coastlines. I call on all British Columbia MPs, particularly coastal MPs, particularly Liberals who never ran on this. Stand up now and protect British Columbia, protect First Nations rights, show some solidarity, show some backbone.
Love it. I love her. Yeah, we're going to watch the Emily Lowen clip after this. Olafin. She is on fire. Yeah, we love her.
Je suis disponible pour les questions en anglais ou en français. Ça, c'est mon réaction à le protocole d'accord entre Madame Smith and Monsieur Carney.
We will start with the questions inside the room, Ms. May, and then if there are questions online, please just raise your hand and I'll get to you after the questions in 135.
Hi, Ms. May. This is Lisa Mayer from CBC News. Thanks for doing this today. We've just heard that Stephen Guilbeault is resigning cabinet. He's staying on as a Liberal MP, and he's already spoken to the Prime Minister. As someone who is a longtime friend and colleague of yours since about 1992, I think you said, I'm just hoping to get your reaction to that in French and English, please.
Je suis vraiment déçu que Stephen Guilbeault a fait sa décision, parce que c'est le moment clé, que ce n'est pas un seul espoir pour le gouvernement de M. Carney à l'avenir. With Stephen in cabinet, one would hope that the Prime Minister might listen. If Stephen Guilbeault, and you've just told me the news I hadn't heard before, Stephen Guilbeault leaving cabinet dashes the last hope that Mark Carney is going to have a good climate record ever. J'invite maintenant, j'exige, Stephen, s'il vous plaît, joignez Parti Vert. We need strong climate members of parliament, because if there is not a party in parliament that's a recognized party large enough to create a new political dynamic in this country, so far, Prime Minister Mark Carney has tacked right, taking Poilievre's policies and embracing them as government policies. Without a strong party that's progressive to create some counterbalance in a minority parliament, we won't get better. We can get better with more Liberal MPs standing up for climate, joining us, and creating a new force in the Canadian political scene.
Take care, Dr. Badstrings. Have a good one, friend.
Parce que je respecte si il a décidé que Mark Carney, don't give up on democracy, don't give up on climate action, join us. Now's the time.
And another follow-up quickly for you. Do you think the Prime Minister lied to you on November 17th when he committed to the Paris Climate Accord?
No, I don't. I don't think to stay far below 2 degrees is possible. It may be that he imagines that he has techno fantasies, that it's doable without doing the right thing now, and that we can somehow make up for lost time later. I don't like to accuse people of lying, but his actions are reckless, and he is not considering what this MOU does to any hope of Canada keeping the Paris Agreement targets that he committed publicly and clearly. And I negotiated for my vote to have that public, clear commitment to hold to Paris Agreement, which is not net zero by 2050, to repeat. Je veux souligner que l'accord de Paris n'était pas pour zéro l'augmentation. Who knows what was in his head when he said it, so I don't accuse people of lying. But I say right now and clearly, the actions in this MOU, if they maintain that this is what they're going to do and they don't rip it up tomorrow, they've sold out all of Canada and our future and a stable climate for future generations. If they pursue this course to satisfy Daniel Smith and ignore Premier David Eby, ignore the First Nations across this country, because it's not just British Columbia First Nations that want to stop climate crisis. First Nations of Manitoba and Saskatchewan that had to leave their homes all summer because of wildfires. This is unconscionable.
All right, so that's it for the questions in the room. There are no questions on Zoom, so we'll conclude the press conference. Thank you very much, Ms. May.
Merci tout le monde et désolé pour...
Yeah. Not great. The other piece of this that I wanted to watch is Vashi had an interview with Danielle Smith about the pipeline, and considering how her interview with Dimitrios Nikolaitis went during the teachers' strike, I haven't watched this through, but if there's anyone that's going to be calling Danielle Smith out aggressively, it's going to be Vashi. Olafin, I tried to find them and couldn't. If you can send me a clip, I will 100% play that after this.
Premier Smith, it's a pleasure.
Oh, it's loud. It's loud in my ear. There we go.
To see you as always. Thank you so much for making the time.
Hi, Vashi.
I was listening to your press conference very closely just a few moments ago.
Take care, Dan.
And my impression was you were speaking as though it's kind of a done deal with this pipeline. And I just wanted to be clear for our viewers. If there is no private proponent, this pipeline doesn't get built, correct? Still?
That's what it says in the MOU. We're looking to have a private proponent build it. And that's, I think, the whole purpose of this exercise with the Major Projects Office is that we want to ensure that we've got a regulatory process that is not only predictable, but will also result in a positive outcome. And once we get to that point, I have no doubt.
Yeah, you'll, it's so disingenuous. I know, Labor. Smith is very good at deflecting questions by talking so long you no longer know what she's defending or not defending. That is definitely a skill that she possesses.
That a private proponent, that either a single one or a consortium will step forward to build, and that's what we're working towards.
There is also language in the MOU, though, around a backstop, about the potential backstop, I should say, at both the federal and the provincial level when it comes to Indigenous co-ownership. What does that mean? Is that in the form of loans? Or, to be clear, again, for Albertans and Canadians watching, like, is there any taxpayer money going into this thing?
Well, I can tell you the approach that we've taken, which I'm pleased to see that other provinces and the federal government have replicated, is offering loan guarantees. One of the insights that my predecessor, Jason Kenney, had was that one of the reasons why bands are not able to take on ownership stakes is because they need a bank to ensure that they will underwrite the loan. And that's what we step in with. We do it through our Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. We have the ability to underwrite up to $3 billion in loan guarantees. We're about $750 million right now on a variety of projects, and that's what we would put towards this, is the offer of a loan guarantee. I think the British Columbia government has something similar. The federal government does as well, but that has proven successful, especially on these kinds of projects that have a long-term revenue stream associated with tolling once they're up and running.
But that's the limit to the backstop that you would provide with taxpayer dollars, correct? Like, it would come in that form. It would not be through any other means to fund the construction of a pipeline.
That would be the intention, definitely.
The intention, or what will actually happen?
Well, look, Coastal GasLink is partially owned by AIMCO. The Caisse de dépôt et de placement owns a portion of the DP World ports. So there have been instances in the past where various pension funds have come in and also had a portion of various pipeline infrastructure and other projects, as long as they're profitable and have a revenue stream. But those decisions aren't made by me; they're made by the various pension fund managers that we have.
You referenced a conversation with Premier Eby last night, as well as Premier trilateral talks. The MOU talks about engagement with coastal First Nations, or First Nations more largely, as well as the province of British Columbia. I have to ask, look, I've conducted a number of interviews with the Premier of British Columbia on this subject. The one thing that confounds me is why he wasn't brought into the discussions earlier. Did you and the Prime Minister put the prospect of this project at risk by not bringing him in coastal First?
Excellent question. Excellent question.
First Nations into the fold earlier, and if so, why?
Well, I know I've done many conversations with you where I think every press conference, every time I was asked about this, I said that we were in conversations with the federal government over this, that we were going back and forth.
That's not what she asked, Danielle Smith. That is not what she asked.
That we had multiple different drafts, that we had a negotiating team. I've been talking about that for months. So the reason why we had to is most of the elements of this deal are related to Alberta. Removing the emissions cap was vitally important for us to get all projects going ahead. Getting the carve out on the clean electricity regs, that applies to Alberta because 90% of our power grid is natural gas, and various other elements. The greenwashing bill to be able to get that also repealed. So there were a number of things that we had to do here to restore confidence in developing the production side of the business, but also restore confidence in being able to deploy new electricity infrastructure as well. So most of the MOU deals with creating an investment climate for Alberta. And then
you can see in her face, she's like, no. That's not what I asked.
As you know, is solely responsible for cross-border infrastructure.
Again, let's find as many other people to blame as possible. So if this doesn't go well, she can go back to the interviews like this and go, well, I said it was the federal government's fault.
Including pipelines that's been litigated before. And I'm glad to see that the Prime Minister has an intention to work with us on that.
And I take your point about a large part of this applying to your province, but there's another big part, if this pipeline does go ahead, that clearly applies to British Columbia, including the potential removal or exemption. I know the language is very specific in the document around the tanker ban. The point that Premier Eby has made is that even speculation around that has put very real, as he characterizes it, projects around LNG at risk because coastal First Nations have supported those projects because there is a tanker ban. I have heard you on multiple occasions talk about the imposition of laws that you consider bad and put investments in your province at risk. Why would you participate in a process that does the same for another premier? Can you understand?
Oh, good for her. I love Vashi. The more that I watch her, the more that I appreciate her method of reporting.
Understand how he feels.
Well, I believe in the Constitution, and so I know things that are intra-provincial projects are the responsibility of the province, but ports are federal jurisdiction.
Oh, my word. Yeah, she's not even going to slightly answer the question.
Border pipelines and transmission lines are federal jurisdiction, and trade and commerce is federal jurisdiction. You cannot have a province blocking access of another landlocked province to get their products to market. That's been determined by the courts. And so we're very pleased to already start the consultation and with the nations, including coastal First Nations. I had a very pleasant conversation with the.
I doubt that very much.
Haisla chief yesterday, and they made it very clear that they're open to all kinds of work with Alberta on all kinds of products. Maybe not as enthusiastic about bitumen, but they're also excited.
In other words, they told her no to this pipeline and yes to literally anything else, not anything else. Sure, they're willing to work with Alberta, but they're not going to let her build a pipeline through their coast.
About expanding LNG and also expanding additional export opportunities. So I would say I have not experienced what Premier Eby has described. I haven't heard a single nation that we've engaged with in British Columbia say that they're going to trade off one against the other. They're letting.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have.
Us know what their perspectives are. We're pleased for that, and we're going to keep on working with them to see if we can put together a consortium that will also be able to own a portion of this new line.
I have seen, some of those First Nations put out specific statements, but with respect to what you said about the federal jurisdiction here, I do take your point on their constitutional ability with interprovincial projects.
Vashi's also very good at trying to catch Danielle Smith off by agreeing with her on certain points and then trying to ask her question. The problem is that Danielle Smith is equally as good at talking around the issues.
But I also remember many times when you have not believed in the Constitution as it applies that way.
Oh, excellent. Let's repeat that because that was an excellent question.
I do take your point on their constitutional ability with interprovincial projects, but I also remember many times when you have not believed in the Constitution as it applies that way, when you have fought against, for example, decisions to impose carbon pricing, even though the Supreme Court dictated that was in federal jurisdiction. Again, I'll put to you, Is the project not more at risk because BC and those coastal First Nations were not brought into the fold earlier?
I don't think so. I mean, I've not heard any nations say they're going to cancel their support for LNG Canada 2.0 because of any conversations Alberta's having. I just don't think that's true. But what I will say is that we respect the Constitution and also the Supreme Court. They did make a decision that the federal government does have the right to set floor prices on CO2, which is why that forms a basis for our agreement. We have a tier agreement. It's our approach to how we do carbon pricing, which we've been doing, incidentally, since 2007. So other jurisdictions have followed us, sometimes by decades, and we have to work collaboratively with the federal government. That's why that is part and parcel in the agreement, that we'll come to a stringency agreement and figure out what the top rate would be. We want to have a balance of making sure that it's going to support the investment in carbon capture technology, but also not be punitive to our industry, so that we have the ability to invest in those things. So I think that's what it's about when you have an agreement. There are certain commitments and undertakings we have to do, and there's certain commitments and undertakings that the federal government has to do. But I was very pleased to see that they've made great movement on the lion's share of the 9 bad laws that we put on the table.
I will say, like, you're saying
again, did not answer the question at all.
Carbon price floor is okay from the federal government. You weren't saying that for a lot of years. That is a very different position that you're taking now, because it appears to benefit other projects. Will you keep the increase, the 6-fold increase the Prime Minister just described when it comes to the industrial carbon price, even if another bitumen pipeline doesn't go ahead?
Well, I think, again, that's not true, Vashi. We had a tier agreement before I came in that agreed that we would increase the price on CO2 for industrial emitters up to $170 per ton by 2030. We paused it this year because with the changes that we've seen in the world, the disruption in energy markets, we knew that price going that high that quickly was going to be harmful to our industry. And now we're in a negotiation with the Prime Minister about what that is going to look like. So I hope we can come to an agreement where we've identified April 1st as a time for when we're going to announce what that agreement would look like. There's going to be some more negotiations that have to take place, but that's part of what happens when Canada and Alberta work together. I think we both benefit. Not everybody gets 100% of what they want, but I can tell you that we certainly moved the dial on many of the things that we did want to start getting investment from the private sector back into our province again.
The Prime Minister just said that the
pause, though. That pause.
Back into our province again.
The Prime Minister just said that the industrial carbon price would increase the effective, I think he said, rate of it by 6-fold. I just want to be clear. Well, I'll ask the question again, Premier. If, in fact, a bitumen pipeline does not go ahead to the West Coast, will you still agree to increase the industrial price on carbon as it applies to your province?
Well, as I said, it's a negotiation. I don't think if you look at the agreement.
Immediately, he's looking right off camera. Don't we talk about body language?
And it doesn't talk about $1,000 carbon price in the agreement. It talks about $130 carbon price, and that's what we're looking at. So I would say that we have an agreement in place. We've got some parameters that we've put in there. There is no veto for any province. There is some acknowledgement that the price has to go up, but there's also an acknowledgement that that's going to be a negotiation, and I'm looking forward to that.
Is it contingent on a pipeline going ahead in your view?
Well, I think what you've seen in the agreement is that the Pathways project going ahead is contingent on a pipeline to the Asian markets going ahead, and vice versa. The pipeline.
Vashi's face is all of us right now. Like, can you please just answer the damn question? Just one question.
Pipeline has to go ahead for Pathways to go ahead as well, and we're going to work on stage gating both of those things so they happen at the same time.
I didn't mean the Pathways. My apologies. I mean the industrial price on carbon.
We've always had an industrial price on carbon since 2007.
The increase. Apologies. The increase, Premier.
Well, as I said.
Yeah, she's not going to let her get away with not answering it. She's going to keep on her like that. I love it.
We're going to be negotiating that on April the 1st. We have to make sure it's at a level that is going to continue to keep our projects and our market competitive. You have to remember that in the rest of the world, most of the countries have a target of 2050. So I was pleased to see that we've moved to that same target of 2050 without having any interim targets. China, I believe.
Hey, Zod. Welcome, friend.
There's a 2060 target. India has a 2070 target. And that, I think, is more in keeping with the idea that we have to give industry enough time to be able to invest and develop the technologies in order to make that achievable.
Oh, I caught a moment. See, she's looking like, someone get me a better thing to answer. Somebody give me something else to talk about.
Do it, lady.
Hey, future hope where? Yeah, exactly, Irascible Atlantic. Heaven forbid we strive to do better than others, right?
But yes, there's an acceptance that we know $95 is not where it's going to stay, that it is going to rise, but the level that it's going to rise, how quickly, and to what...
All good. We only have 14 more seconds of Smith, and then we're done.
level, that remains a subject of negotiation that we'll have with Canada in due course, and hopefully have an announcement on April the 1st.
Okay, I'll leave it on that note.
Okay. Just the yeah, nope. I love it.
Hopefully have an announcement on April the 1st.
Like, this pause.
Okay, I'll leave it on that note. A pleasure as always, Premier. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Vashi.
Oh, I love her so much. She is so great. Yes, we're going to watch her get booed. That is our next... That is not the right one. That is our next clip that we are going to watch because, we kind of need that. Right here. I closed it. There we go.
Now that Danielle Smith has sold Ottawa on Alberta's energy goals, she has to
Did we
sell
just
her
become
base
best friends?
on working with Ottawa.
Hey, thanks, Zod. I appreciate you. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, April 1st is a perfect date for an announcement on anything climate related from Premier Smith. That is very accurate,
Ottawa,
unfortunately.
which might prove difficult.
I support a strong and sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. I know we might have a bit of a difference of opinion on that, but I hope people today feel a lot more confident that Canada works than they did a couple of days ago.
Oh, the evil cackle that she does after that makes my skin crawl.
The Memorandum of Understanding Smith and Mark Carney signed Thursday spells out Ottawa's support for a new bitumen pipeline if Alberta commits to a higher industrial carbon price.
Oh, 100%, Anu. 100%.
Lower methane emissions, and there's investment in carbon capture and storage. Smith is calling it a new chapter for Alberta-Ottawa relations, but not everyone at her party's annual general meeting is as optimistic.
The last 10 years, it's been clear that Alberta is never going to be valued by the rest of by the major decision makers within the Ottawa.
Amazon keeps charging me from an account now. Oh no, Zod. Well, I appreciate the support.
Power structure.
Mark Carney's just stringing us along. He's not a fan of Alberta.
And then there's the separatists. Polling shows most Albertans want to stay in Canada, but some want to avoid working with Ottawa altogether, instead forming their own country and getting pipelines built through the U.S.
It's just a complete sellout of the province of Alberta, and anybody who thinks this is a good deal for anybody is a complete idiot.
Well, the Premier thinks it's a good deal.
Well, I stand by what I said.
Some do say Smith made the right call to get Alberta back on track.
We fought and we won. That doesn't mean that we're done fights on maybe equalization or other things. Like, we are in an ongoing battle to be treated with...
Why is it a battle? It's not Alberta versus Canada. That kind of language is the reason why she's getting so many people fired up about the separatist movement.
Respect, to be, at the table as a partner, as one of the biggest economic drivers.
We may get another sense of support for this Alberta-Ottawa deal on Saturday when the UCP votes on its resolutions, signaling what's important to this group, one of which explicitly supports new oil and natural gas pipelines. Sam Sampson, CBC News, Edmonton.
Propaganda is Alberta. I know it has been, and it shouldn't be. Okay, one more disappointing, and then we're gonna do a super positive piece of news. One of the things that I think most Albertans were hoping for was a strong statement from Nenshi. Unfortunately, that did not happen. Nenshi being the leader of the NDP in Alberta, this was his response. This MOU is good for Alberta. We need more pipeline capacity, energy exports, and the oil and gas jobs that come with it. I am happy to see that this MOU comes with investment commitments for Pathways, the world's largest capture, utilization, and storage project, and I'm also happy to see it includes a more stringent industrial carbon pricing agreement, as well as the emissions reduction measures that reaffirm net zero 2050. Like, it's such a weak response. Yeah, very disappointing. We have a huge opportunity to unleash new energy investment, and pipelines are a very important component of that. Alberta needs an all of the above energy strategy. Yes to more production and export capacity for oil and gas, and also to expanding electricity interties with BC and other jurisdictions. Nope, this is just the provincial NDP. Alberta NDP have had success building pipelines with TMX. We know what it takes. It's time for everyone to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work. Not the type of response that we wanted to see from Nenshi. However, we're going to do a positive and then we're going to switch out to a different subject. Forever Canadian petition verified as successful by Elections Alberta, which is, I know, I wanted more. And the thing is that, like, there's members of the NDP that are speaking very strongly out against this. And for Nenshi to come out and give that kind of a response was really disappointing. Not overly surprising, given his history, but yeah, Janice Irwin is definitely one of them. Anyway, let's talk about the Forever Canadian petition. He is, yeah, Anna, he definitely is. A citizen initiative petition to make it official policy for Alberta to stay in Canada has been verified as successful by Elections Alberta. They needed 293,000, and they ended up with 438,568 valid signatures counted, and 404,000 of those after a random statistical sampling method, with a 95% confidence level. The Forever Canadian petition was launched to counter Alberta separatists. 13% of the electors in the province signed the petition. So for those people in the UCP that are saying it's going to be impossible for the recall petitions to happen, this kind of stuff scares the crap out of them. The petition could trigger a referendum. They said that previously his goal was to have Premier Danielle Smith call the petition's question in the legislature and have the MLAs vote on it. So yeah. Since legislature is sitting, legislation requires the speaker to bring the proposal before the assembly, and within 10 sitting days, the government will have the proposal referred to a legislative committee. So, positive momentum in the Alberta anti-separatist movement, which is so good to see. I'm going to quickly play another clip. Doesn't mean they'll stop giving separatists airtime. Likely not. But it is a move towards actual legislature being made about Alberta not being able to separate from Canada. Couple of other just sort of random clips, and then we'll take a break before the next chunk. This I thought was amusing, especially for our Manitobans.
Course is often seen as dry and boring. Thursday's question period in the Manitoba legislature was anything but. Name-calling and personal attacks were flying from both sides of the aisle. CTV's Daniel Halmerson joins us now with more on that. Danny, well, we know things can get heated at times. What happened yesterday was pretty unusual.
It was, Marilee. Question period is a chance to air a free exchange of ideas. But on Thursday, insults like tofu eaters and latte sippers are now officially on the record.
Oh, politics. When people are like, yeah, I don't pay attention to politics. It's kind of boring. Like, watch a question period. I mean, it's boring because we've seen 100 episodes, quote unquote, of the same thing, but.
And you know what a wise man once told me? Don't get in a mud fight with a pig because the pig will love it.
There you have it. Another racist comment by the Premier. The Premier knows I'm Muslim. He knows I won't wrestle with a pig, but I will wrestle with a criminal like him.
No holds barred.
He'll wrestle with a criminal like him. My goodness.
On Broadway, Premier Wab Kinew, Opposition Leader Obi Khan.
Yikes. That's a yikes.
And members of their parties traded barbs Thursday during a very colorful question period in the Manitoba legislature. Name-calling, insults, and accusations were hurled from both sides of the aisle, including this shot from Kinew accusing the Tories of
lattes are just milky coffee. Don't bring the coffee into this. It never hurt anyone.
being fake hunters.
On that side of the house, you got the tofu eaters. You got the salad bar line-uppers. You got the latte sippers.
The back and forth
oh my goodness.
badgering and lack of decorum prompted Speaker Tom Lindsay to chastise both parties. He called the question period shameful and embarrassing.
It's time that we showed some respect. If we don't like each other, that's fine. I don't care. But you will respect the positions you have in this place.
Adjunct Professor of Political Science at U of M, Christopher Adams, says verbal sparring during question period is nothing new, but says there's no love lost between these two leaders.
I think right now it's not just a matter of ideology, it's a matter of personalities between the Premier and the leader.
Adams calls the lack of decorum in the Assembly very disconcerting and says this kind of conflict makes bipartisan work nearly impossible. He adds the two leaders and their parties should rethink their tactics.
There's a saying that my parents would say that it's not who started the fight, but who stopped the fight. And I would say that it's up to the leaders to make sure that they don't take the bait and jump into each other's fighting moods.
Now, Marilee, things were so out of hand yesterday, even the Speaker had to apologize after making a comment.
Wow, that is unusual. Okay, Danny, and now...
Oh, they're not going to show it. Shoot. Yeah, wild. Wild. Quick, super positive clip. I don't know how many of you saw on this bridge. I want to say in Ottawa, but I don't actually know if that's accurate. Oh, London. In London, on one of Ontario, and one of the bridges, there was a far-right white nationalist group that had a protest, quote unquote, on this bridge and held up a number of disgusting signs. Well, the City of London councillor is taking back the bridge, and I just thought this was a really cool reminder that, you know, there's some good in this world.
Skylar Frank wants to take back the Wortley Road Bridge. The Ward 11 councillor is hosting a party there Sunday.
I'm inviting the community and whoever wants to come to what I'm calling the Wortley Bridge Party. So there'll be music, there'll be cookies, coffee, dancing, bubbles, chalk. So I'm hoping the weather is good, but essentially an opportunity to hang out on the bridge and fill it with joy and happiness.
The Sunday event is in response to this. Last Sunday, the white nationalist group Second Sons held a demonstration on the bridge. About 30 members stood in formation wearing dark uniforms and masks and displayed a banner that said "Remigration Now." The term refers to ethnic cleansing by way of deporting all non-white immigrants.
On the Sunday, I started to get phone calls and texts and emails from residents who are really concerned, really upset. And so I passed it along to the London Police Services, and they sent out some folks to help the white supremacists leave. But I was actually quite angry because I don't agree at all with what they're trying to spread. I think they're trying to use fear and intimidation to channel their messaging. And I don't think it's reflective of this community.
Local MPPs Terence Kernahan, Teresa Armstrong, and Peggy Sattler released a joint statement condemning the demonstration.
This is not, having a discussion about levels of immigration and, what's the right level that we should be looking for? This is saying to anyone who doesn't fit, a white nationalist vision of the country, but it is conveying to them that you don't belong here and get out.
We reached out to the group Second Sons with an interview request today, as we did earlier in the week, and once again, we did not get a response by our broadcast deadline.
Yeah. I love this. So if you were in the London, Ontario area, there was, in the past, I missed the date. There was a demonstration, take back the Wortley Bridge. Again, a little bit of positivity. We need it sometimes. And it's okay to find it. Quickly here, I am going to I need to go run and fill up my tea, so I am going to do a positive stream break for a moment, and I will be back in 5. We're going to do an NDP race update and then watch some very interesting speeches from over the... Oh, that's loud. I'm so sorry. From over the weekend. So, here you go. I'll be back in 5. Alrighty, friends. We're back. I'm going. We're gonna take a look at some super happy NDP news. One of the things that happened over the weekend is that Tony McQuail and Tennille Johnston held I believe it was 12-hour live stream in order to raise money so that Tony McQuail can continue in the race. We're obviously not going to watch 12 hours, but there's a couple of things that I wanted to highlight because I thought this was such a cool way of doing this as a streamer myself. And they did in the end, I believe, raise enough money. So no sound.
So this is to be expected. And also I can't imagine that
I went, well,
on here. Here's Tennille.
Hey folks, how's it going? Good morning, wherever you are. I mean, what time is it?
Did we just become best friends? Yep!
Thank you, Ayla, for the sub. Welcome to the stream, friend.
Lunchtime elsewhere. Do we just start chatting to myself? Is that the flow of our live, what are we on? Zoom feed here? Is this Jay's laughing at me? Pretty unfortunate. And then we're also kind of setting folks up to live in poverty, which we don't want. And we don't need people living in poverty. We need our economy thriving. And we need people to be able to come and use their credentials in our country. So that's another one that puts a lot of healthcare, a lot of pressure.
They also played some video games.
So we're gonna figure it out as we go.
Which I think is hilarious. Yes, there has been.
We really need to do to move forward here. So I guess for people who might not know my background, I did do my PhD in environmental engineering, so I have some love.
I believe, and that's what I'm trying to find here, Rob Ashton did appear on stream as well in support of.
Considering that we've planned this whole thing yesterday, it's been going well. I'm gonna pass on the show to you for the next 15 minutes, and feel free to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, I appreciate it, Keith. Tony, I wish you all the best, my brother. You're a solid human being, and I know you've improved my life just from being a part of it this short little time.
I love that. It is kind of surreal in a good way. Like, they're all trying to raise money so that Tony can continue in the race. Name me 2 conservative or 2 liberal MPs that would do this for each other in a race for leadership. Like, this is so awesome.
So I'm just going to touch on a couple of things here. Maybe 3 things, 4 things. I want to touch on some of the stuff that Tony's been doing in the world of farming and pushing for farmers' rights. You know, a number of years back, who was it? Harper destroyed the Canadian Wheat Board. And that was so that Canadian farmers, is it me the way I'm speaking, or is it just, can't believe people are saying it might be quiet. So the Canadian Wheat Board, for those that you don't know, was a place where farmers could get proper pay, proper cost.
Exactly, Gavin.
For their wheat, but it kept corporations at bay.
Oh, we've got a couple new people on YouTube. Hey, Lauavin and Raid Sied.
The big monstrosities that are out there right now, and that was great for Canadian farmers, but because corporations weren't able to destroy Canadian farmers and reap the benefits for their multinational corporations. They pushed the Harper Conservative government into destroying the Canadian Wheat Board and opening up Canadian wheat to outsiders. And so what we see today now is Canadian farmers getting squeezed, something fierce. These multinational corporations can hold on to their grain until they get better prices. And for them, that means a lower price for Canadian farmers to sell it to them and a higher price for them to sell it overseas. So this is a problem that Canadian farmers are having. And then you add on the fact that they don't want Canadian farmers using their own seeds. They want them to go to companies like Monsanto and stuff like that to buy their seeds from them to grow their crops. This is all a bunch of BS. This is stealing away Canadian farmers' rights to do their work proudly. And it's basically added costs upon added costs upon added costs onto the Canadian farmers. So the NDP, no matter who leads it.
I know, the occasional ashen forehead cam. Just the forehead and the mustache. Ninja, there was the dual MP Green Party during our last election. I don't know what would happen if that is a thing in our electoral system, if there can be more than one MP. But regardless, I think if these 5 people all ended up as MPs and they got even a minority or an opposition government, they could do some pretty freaking awesome things.
At the end of the day, has to go back to fighting for farmers' rights. They have to dig deep, draw the line in the sand, and say no more of these multinational corporations sticking their hands into Canadian farmers. So Tony, good on you, brother. One other thing, and then I got 2 little things that I want to chat about afterwards. So I'm talking to my officers back home in the ILW because we currently have a strike going on in Prince Rupert. International Longshore Warehouse Union Local 523, otherwise known as ILW Local 523, is currently on strike with this company called Alta Gas. We ship liquid propane from a terminal in Prince Rupert, which is northern BC-ish, northern-ish, and it goes over to Japan mostly. They're fighting for better wages, better share of the profits. And what they're doing is they don't want to share their profits. And this company makes money hand over fist. It's ridiculous. And they also want to reduce our staffing levels, which isn't on. We're not going to work with less people and so that they can make more money and pay us less. So we've drawn a line in the sand, and we're in it, and we're in it to win it. Currently, they're using scabs, so we'll be looking at challenging their usage of scabs at the site. So this will be, I'm not sure if it's their first challenge of this under this new anti-scab legislation, or it's one of the first. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. We're going to be in a shit fight here, so if anybody wants to give any shouts out, support the ILW Local 523 online, it would be greatly appreciated. Tony, to go harness the horses so I can let my daughter in. Oh, Tony, I love you. So, Jaden, you have a question here. Does the anti-scab legislation not apply to them? It does apply to them. And so they're currently, from the information that I've been getting, AltaGas is currently using managers. So we're trying to identify when these managers were hired or brought in. So this will be a key part of the case. And so, but this is the problem with liberal governments and conservative governments, is they tell you they're doing good things for workers, but at the end of the day, they aren't really doing much to help us. The anti-scab legislation is positive for workers, most definitely, because it gives us another tool to fight with. But there is definitely loopholes, and we all know liberals and conservatives love their loopholes. So that's why our legal team is currently looking at the situation. So depending on how it goes, I might be cutting my trip short and headed to Prince Rupert to fight the good fight with my crew back home. But we'll see how it plays out. A couple of things two people I really want to talk about on this Zoom. The first up is Tony, of course. I met Tony at the Ontario NDP convention, and he came up and we started chatting. I signed his paperwork and introduced myself, and I said I was a co-candidate. And I fell in love with him. Tony,
I love that.
Tony's
so
an
much.
amazing human being. He fights for what he believes in. He stands up for what he believes in. I just watched his video on how he dresses. Like, I'm gonna swear, so if I offend anybody, I apologize.
I love this. This whole campaign has been so, I'm gonna swear, so sorry if I offend people, so fucking refreshing. To just see human beings supporting each other, because at the end of the day, they want what's best for Canada, is how our politics should be. Anyway, I'll let him swear now that I've done it.
Well, fuck that person that was giving him the gears for what he wears. You know, like, we all wear different clothes when we go to work it. And Tony's a great guy. He wears the clothes of a working person. Who cares? Right? And so what if he wears a hat and a green shirt and a pair of jeans to a debate? You know, that was impressive. And Tony's an impressive human being. So whatever we can do to keep Tony in the race, let's do it. Call your friends, call your family, ask them to chip in a few bucks, whatever they can afford, so we can keep Tony in the race. Because every one of the five voices mean a lot in this race. We got a whole world of people out there that we got to all work together to defeat in this class war. And I know I'm running short on time, and I apologize for only being on for 15 minutes, but I had to squeeze some room in here for this. So I want to talk about Tennille. I met Tennille
Again. Yeah, start with a dress code and see what happens from there. Exactly. Rob Ashton comes on for this really long live stream and spends part of his time talking about the union that he works with back in BC, and then spends the other half talking about the other two candidates. Like, that doesn't happen in politics. This is so awesome.
Oh, it should have been a 5-minute phone call just as an introductory call a couple of months back. It was before we both launched. Turned into an hour phone call. And I felt like I'd known her for 10 years after that call. Tennille is an amazing advocate for her community where she lives. Tennille is an amazing advocate for Indigenous rights, for the environment, for workers. So I'm going to do another plea out here for Tennille as well. You know, like, if you can donate money, send her some money for this campaign, because it's a hefty price. And there's 5 of us vying for the bare minimum just to keep in the race. And it's tough, right? We're not the party of the rich. We're not party of the in quotations, powerful, like the liberals and the conservatives are. So $100,000 plus the 25%. That's a pretty big hill to climb for a few of us anyways. So whatever anybody can spare to keep our two friends in this race, it would be fantastic, because their voices are lost. Their voices are lost if we lose them in this race. Hell, who knows? Maybe I won't be able to raise 100,000 either, but we'll see what happens. But think the key for this Zoom is Tony and Tennille, right? Amazing people. Both of them are very, very incredible. They have great hearts, incredible speakers, and we need that. We need that in this movement. So whatever happens at the end of the day, keep supporting them, keep pushing them, because sometimes running for this stuff, you read Reddit, you read Twitter, and Twitter's a cesspool at best. But sometimes it weighs on a person. So prop them up, lift them up, let their voices be heard, because they deserve it, and the people around them deserve to hear what they have to say. And I guess someone on YouTube has I think I just said the fee is astronomical. The party chose the fee. That's fine. Like we all live within the rules of the party that they gave us.
Shots fired at a certain member who doesn't want to follow the rules. Let's be clear, $100,000 is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That goes without saying.
And there's no changing that. So, and I guess we all have to remember too, is if we want to lead the party, we have to be able to fundraise. So that's why I don't mind coming on here, because I really want to see Tennille and Tony raise the funds to be able to stay in this race. And it's hard raising the money. It is incredibly tough out there for everybody that doesn't own the means of production. But society's been built like this. This is how the ruling class has created our world today, so that so that it makes us feel like we can't affect change, but we can. When we all rise up and speak with one voice about the uncertainty of it all, and the way the ruling class is running off with the fastest horses, and we have to pick up the pieces that are left behind. And I think at the heart of it, that's why I'm running, to stop that. And I'm going to take a guess and maybe step out of line here, but I think that's why Tony and Tennille are running as well, is so that they can stop that inequality that's happening, to stand up and be counted and put themselves in the firing line and say, we're not going to take this anymore. So as my time's running down, I think I'll put out another plea. Let's keep Tony and Tennille in this race. Let's keep pushing for them. We need their voices heard. Tony's the only farmer in the race that I know of, and Tennille's the only Indigenous person in the race that I know of. Those are two voices that we have to continue hearing from. Absolutely. Very important voices in this country. So do whatever we can to keep them in this race, please. And to all of you that have taken the time out to come and listen in and sit in and listen to Trevor's wonderful music, I just got the tail end of it. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to come here and spread this message, because that's what we do. As NDPers, we spread positive messages, we hold each other up, and we give each other the space to talk. And with that, I've filled up my space, my time, and I want to wish Tony, Tennille, and everybody else on the call an incredibly safe day. Tony, I hope your horses are being kind to you today, but stay well, stay safe, everybody, and I appreciate the time you've given me.
Rob, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been a pleasure as always to see you, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
I love that. So Rob Ashton made an appearance, I believe. Alvy Lewis did as well. We've got some music, which we won't play so we don't get copyright stricken. Matthew Green.
I think I came to challenge what neutrality means.
And the wonderful... Oh, I'm so bad with names, y'all. What is her name? It's right on the tip of my tongue, and I can't find it. What is her name? She's in the Discord and everything. Sorry.
In a society, in a country, and under a government that is actively committed.
From the Change the NDP movement.
Genocide against Indigenous people. When there's when Indigenous women in Manitoba are 20 times more prone to experiencing violence than non-Indigenous counterparts. Like I don't understand how we could be neutral.
And Matthew Green.
I have a bone to pick with you, Matt. way back at the worst time of my life, when I felt completely alone, you showed me the first true meaning of solidarity. It was beyond like a political act. It was a human act, and you set me. I'm here right now talking to you years later because of you, and I haven't seen the type of solidarity you showed, like the true, the non-transactional, human level solidarity that you showed me until I met Tanil and got to know Tanil. And Keith and I met yesterday hanging out with Tanil, and the two different teams have come together to create this, and all the people, all the things. I'll blame you for the bad things I've experienced in quiet, but there's been so many good, powerful, amazing things that have happened in my life and throughout my witnessing others that I've connected with, and that journey started with you.
Where we're going to be able to deliver a 10-point plan for anything, right?
On the farm.
What we do need to do over these next several weeks and months, and it's happening organically. Shout out to Comrade Tony, who's just jumped on the chat, is we are right now in real time organically crafting our common ground. We are crafting what the shared vision could look like. Good leadership, when elected or selected, will take the best ideas that every candidate brought to the table. And with that being said, I would love to get into a chat with Tony, and for the last 20 minutes, make sure that we can get to the max of the 500 and maybe more, raise $1,000 in this hour for Tony. Tony McQuail, it is a pleasure to be on your telethon.
Well, Matthew, it's so nice to have you. And I first have to say that, I agree with what you were saying when I came in. I came in from the Northumberland Clark EDA, where Tanil and I were having a chat with them. But, I've got my 4 R's and my 4 D's. And after thinking about it, I added my 1 I, which is illusionist. Because at the moment, it's felt to me for some time that the party is trying to create this illusion of it being like like the federal Liberals in terms of being a big party and got money and stuff. And, running advertising campaigns where you'd say to your members, this is our time, this is our moment. When anybody on the ground could see that the Liberals were going to cash in on Trump terror and that the usual strategic voting was going to happen, it's just like, get real, people. Tell people, if you want a third party, you got to support it. If you want a multi-party democracy, and do the work that you're talking about. I mean, in the 80s, the provincial party was doing pack rat drives, which stood for pre-authorized checking in the cities. But they weren't interested in the rural ridings. I mean, our high polls were 10%. Those were the good polls. So what we did in the rural ridings was we organized field mice drives, where we would get the 2 or 3 activists from 2 or 3 ridings to all get together in one riding on a night, and we'd utilizing it. So the capture
I just love
nutrients.
There he goes. I love him. I believe Ave Lewis was on this as well. I'm just having some issues finding where he is here. But I am just about positive that he was in here somewhere.
All right. Is that all you got, Amy? Sorry.
Yeah, I just brought 2 books. I wanted to be quick.
James Gordon.
Conservative Party, and I think the Liberal Party's entry fee is around 300 or 400,000.
If anyone has any questions,
And in some ways, it's discouraging to see how many of the headlines are still the stuff we're working on. But this was one of our things in 1990. And if you see up at the top, we were running a contest where you could win $100. And the answers to the contest were in the paper, and they were down here in the bottom. You had to clip it off and send it in. So if you clipped it off and sent it in, now we were starting to get some names and addresses to add to our contact list.
Anyway, if you want to watch more of the live stream, again, it's long. It's on Tennille Johnston's YouTube page. Put that in the chat quick. I believe Ave Lewis was on there somewhere, but I don't want to spend the next half an hour scrubbing through a 12-hour YouTube clip. But yeah, again, super awesome to see, and yeah, it's good. It's good, it's good, it's good. The last thing that we're going to cover today is oh, I have one more clip of Tony that I need to show y'all. This is from 6 years ago, but I think it's fantastic. And then we're going to move on to the...
When I hear Justin Trudeau and the Liberals making promises, it reminds me of Elvis Presley. Little less conversation, little more action. All these photo ops ain't satisfaction in me. You let us down on voting reform. You bought us a pipeline that'll do us harm. All your words and deeds don't seem consistent. They don't seem consistent. Hi, I'm Tony McQuail, your NDP candidate in Huron-Bruce. And isn't it about time for a new deal for people?
I love him.
It's time for the NDP.
Right? So great. I love it so much. He also has a YouTube channel. Most of the stuff on his channel is from previous years, but I just love it. One actually last super unfortunate bit of news that happened yesterday, I believe. We should add a freestyle karaoke to segment. Yeah. Oh, this is friend of the show, Millennial Moron. If you are not following, you should definitely give them a follow. Oop. Say that I sent you and go say hello to the Millennial Moron. It doesn't want me to post the link in the chat. Hold on. There we go. Go give Millennial Moron a follow. Watch some of his videos. He's fantastic. But this is his video that he did the other day on the Algoma Steel layoffs, unfortunately.
I've got some fun Canadian jobs news for you. 2 weeks ago, Algoma Steel in Ontario finalized a deal for $500 million in government financing. Now, this has been in the works for a while. Back in April, Mark Carney made a campaign stop there. Then a couple of months ago, he mentioned that the government was working with Algoma to protect high-quality jobs. And then 2 weeks ago, they finalized this financing deal for $400 million from the federal government and $100 million from Ontario. Then today, they announced that they'd be laying off more than 1,000 people. Here's my question. Does anybody remember the last time that this didn't happen? Like the last time we gave a company a huge tax break or a bailout or a giant loan of taxpayer money and then they didn't lay people off? Because off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments.
Yeah. So, I have a couple of statements. One from Rob Ashton and there's one from Ave Lewis, I believe, as well. But we will do this first. This, of course, was huge in the question period yesterday. I will not make you watch all the question period, but we're going to watch a couple of these clips just so you can get an idea of sort of what happened.
Algoma announced it's laying off 1,000 steel workers, nearly a third of its workforce in the Sioux. Our thoughts are with them. The Prime Minister looked them in the eye and promised he would protect their jobs, that he would negotiate a win, and I quote, have a deal by July 21st, but it was a bait and switch that is costing people their livelihoods. On top of that, Liberals are hammering the steel mill with a higher industrial carbon tax. Isn't it bad enough that the Prime Minister broke his promise on trade? Why is he going ahead with an industrial carbon tax that will kill even more?
Yeah, the thoughts are with the workers coming out of Pierre Poilievre's mouth is not super believable, but...
Steel jobs.
Obviously, our thoughts are with the workers affected by...
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
The unjustified and unjustifiable tariffs imposed by the White House, and we'll continue to work with them as Algoma Steel is going through a difficult situation, to say the least. Mr. Speaker, my team and I have been in contact with Algoma's leadership team.
Sorry, I'm sighing because I can't hack the amount of noise in the background.
We absolutely have every confidence in the Algoma workers as they're going through this hardship, and we will make sure that we support them as they're developing new products and also accessing new markets. We'll fight for these jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The Liberal food cost crisis is growing, according to today's Feed Ontario.
Again, you can hear him.
Report, which reveals that food bank use is up 13% in 1 year and 165% since...
It's not, Siege. It absolutely isn't. There is supposed to be a level of decorum in the House, but if you have a speaker that is not going to hold people accountable, then this is what happens.
This Prime Minister became the economic advisor to this Liberal government. 8.7 million Ontario visits in 1 year to the Ontario Food Bank, while this Prime Minister hikes carbon taxes on food production. Why is he driving more people into hunger with higher taxes?
Yeah. Every step of the way, these...
I just have to take a deep breath every time because it makes me so frustrated that these women are standing up to speak, regardless of what they have to say, and they're getting screamed down by a bunch of white men in blue suits.
Conservatives fight against the supports that Canadian families talk about needing. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, they just asked a question about workers that are facing job losses at Algoma Steel. And yet, Mr. Speaker, when they had a chance to vote for expansion of EI, for easier access, longer duration, and more generous benefits, they voted against it, Mr. Speaker. So how do they in any way have the right to stand up and talk about the needs of Canadians when they stand in the way of the supports that those very Canadians need?
The supports that those Canadians
want. Silence. Oh, it makes me so angry.
Want and need is a paycheck, Mr. Speaker. And they want to be able to afford food. They should be able. In a country with this much farmland and this much wealth, our people should be able to eat. But according...
I'm sorry. Who owns the farmland and the wealth in Canada, Pierre? It's not the people.
According to the latest report by Feed Ontario, there's been a 165% increase in food bank use in Ontario alone since this Prime Minister joined this government. Yet he wants to go ahead with an industrial carbon tax on farm equipment, food processors, and fertilizer that will drive up the cost of food.
It's amazing to hear the leader of the opposition, because the first thing we did is to make sure that we would have that Canadians
deep breaths.
Would have more money in their pocket, Mr. Speaker. We in fact reduced taxes for Canadians, 22 million Canadians. But you know what, Mr. Speaker, what's most disturbing for Canadians watching at home? At every step of the way, where we were there for families, where we were there for workers, where we were there for Canadians, they stand in the way, Mr. Speaker. That's the leader who voted against Canadian. On this side of the House, we believe in Canada. We're going to grow this country. We're going to work for families. We're going to protect the worker. We're going to build Canada, Mr. Speaker.
is not a fan of Pierre Poilievre. Sammy's got it right, Lucky. The animals know.
When GM shut down the Cami plant and laid off 1,200 workers, the industry minister claimed she was on it. She said she was demanding a full update from GM within 15 days and that she would offer transparency to Canadians. That was 39 days ago. No clarity, no plan, no relief for auto workers in Elgin, St. Thomas, and London, who this Liberal government told they would have their backs. When the Prime Minister was asked about standing up for Canadian jobs, he said, who cares? My question is to the Industry Minister. Does she?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, we are all very much aware that the auto workers are affected by the unjustifiable and unjustified American tariffs. And that is why we've been supporting all of them, working with Unifor, working with Lana Pine, who's on speed dial, and to whom which I speak pretty much every day. That being said, we'll continue to fight against Stellantis to make sure that they bring back their operation at Brampton. We'll make sure that we work with GM at the Cami plant in Ingersoll because we think that there's a path towards a good news story.
Oi, 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 oi. So much yelling. A few of the NDP candidates also responded to... So there's the way that our current elected government responds to things like that, yelling and screaming at each other in the House of Commons. Here's what happens when rational, calm people make statements. What's happening at Algoma Steel is exactly what's wrong with this country. Big corporations get money from the government while workers are left to fend for themselves. 1,000 steel workers are being thrown out of their jobs while the federal and provincial governments keep shoveling public money into the pockets of corporate executives. Earlier this month, I was at the Soo speaking directly with the workers affected. These are proud, skilled people who have been who have given decades to Algoma, and they've been betrayed by a system that protects profits over people. This is a political failure, not an economic inevitability. Ottawa and the Queen's Park had every tool to protect these jobs, and they chose not to. They trusted corporate promises instead of standing with workers, and now CEOs and shareholders get richer while families in Sault Ste. Marie are left wondering how they'll pay the mortgage. This is the rigged system. Sorry, I'm yawning. I've been talking about from day one. Governments, liberal and conservative alike, hand out blank checks to corporations while preaching restraint to working people. It's greed at the top and abandonment for everybody else. Under my Good Jobs promise, this never happens again. If a company takes taxpayer dollars, they don't get to walk away from their workforce. Period. Public money means public rules, job guarantees, community benefits, and ironclad commitments to keep operations in Canada. If CEOs don't like it, they can give the money back. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I've got him here. Nope. Solidarity from Avi Lewis with the workers at the Algoma Steel plant in Sault Ste. Marie who are being thrown under the bus by their employer that raked in $500 million of corporate welfare. No option, including public or worker ownership, should be off the table to protect these community-supporting jobs. He also was in Quebec over the weekend with the labor protests. But yeah, so that is sort of the final big piece of news that I have to cover today. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to watch. So, while we do this, I want you to keep in mind what is happening in Canada, the fact that thousands of people lost their jobs, and this Liberal government does not give a crap, and we have a Conservative opposition that also does not give a crap, Meanwhile, they put on these ridiculously fancy dinners. But they spend a good chunk of this making fun of themselves. So thanks, Faya. I'll show you this screen so you can see it a little better. We've got our wintertime avatar with our lights and our snow. Yeah, Anu, absolutely. All right, so we're gonna sort of scrub through this. This is the 2025 Parliamentary Press Gallery Dinner. And we're gonna watch some of the speeches that happened here because it's wild.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Hello.
But I'm going to do the YouTube version so that I can actually see what I'm scrubbing to, because that would be a lot easier. Ads in 3 minutes. Okay, then let's take a quick break again. We're at the 2-hour mark. I will get this set up, make sure that we're on the right spots in the video. And y'all can get up and stretch and get a drink, get something to eat. And we're going to come back and watch politicians make fools of themselves in public. And I will be back in 5 minutes. we've lost Snowy May. All right. Oh, I've closed it. One sec. The Assembly of First Nations just met and have made, some statements on the pipeline. That's not the right. There we go. May got buried in a blizzard. Yeah, she went on strike. There's too much shit going on. Can't do it anymore. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this up here, and it's a 3.5 hour long stream. So we're gonna start with this. And take a look at what they have to say on the pipeline, because as you might imagine, they're not happy about it.
The Special Chiefs Assembly. This year's Assembly of First Nations comes as more chiefs are raising concerns over the proposed Alberta-BC pipeline and other major nation-building projects. For more on this week's talks, we are joined from Ottawa this morning by Assembly of First Nations National Chief Cindy Woodhouse-Nepinak. Welcome back to the show.
Good morning. Good morning to your listeners.
Prime Minister Mark Carney is going to address the Special Chiefs Assembly
Did we
this
just become
afternoon.
best friends?
As a
Yep.
reminder to everyone, his speech to the First Nations.
Hey, thank you for the sub, and I will let you see the video. I'm really sorry. Thank you for the sub, Dragon. I really appreciate that.
Summit in July had some mixed reviews. First of all, what are you hoping to hear from the Prime Minister today, and what kind of sentiment is he facing when he walks into that room?
Absolutely. Look, it's his first Assembly of First Nations event with us, so we're thankful that he's coming. And, you know, I think some of the commitments that we would like to see is a commitment towards policing on First Nations communities and a renewal of policing. We also want a commitment on, you know, we introduced the water legislation, lots of work went into the First Nations drinking water, wastewater, you know, that bill in last Parliament sitting, and, you know, that's to the wayside now, so we want a renewed commitment to get that.
I am 25% of the way to completing my sub goal. So thanks, friend.
We're restarted and done. And of course, we have to talk about our relationship within this country. We've got, you know, the provinces that we had met with this summer, they had a commitment to sit down with First Nations and have a First Nations specific, you know, First Ministers meeting to talk about some of the issues that we deal with in this beautiful country that we've all created together. First Nations are foundational partners. We love Canadians. We love this country. We stand up for this country when it comes to, you know, World War I, World War II, during the pandemic, during Afghanistan, and now recently. Now we stand united with Canadians against Trump's illegal tariffs. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we talk about really difficult issues, such as the creation of this country and how that has impacted First Nations people. So we call on the Prime Minister as well to commit to the First Ministers meeting with the premiers around the table and First Nations around the table.
Picking up on your points of relationship and being
amazing. I'm gonna play her. Just ordered a IKEA gift card from your work benefits. Ooh, bookcases are awesome. Let's take a look at her actual opening speech here. For a moment.
Thank you. But before I begin, I want to take a moment to recognize my dear friend, our sister organization on the other side of the medicine line, I'll say. Our friend from Turtle Island, and we were talking this morning, and I said, we never created these borders, but Mark Macaro is here, our national chief from the other side. They call him president at the NCAI, and we're so thankful that you're here, that I had asked him to come sit up here. I said, we never had borders, and we have to work together because Turtle Island belongs to First Nations people from coast to coast to coast, including on the other side of the medicine line. So please rise, and we'd like to honor you in a good way. So thank you for being here.
Studded Moose just did it, but really quick reminder, if you are lurking, amazing. Thank you for being here. Twitch doesn't think you're a human unless you say something in the chat every once in a while. So just like Studded Moose just did, if you can send an emoji or a letter or a boo in the chat at some point, that'd be awesome. Thanks, friends.
And Canada will not divide our people anywhere, no matter where we are. So, thank you. We let you in. Customs let him in, he said. But you'll hear from him later today, and I'm going to ask that our assembly welcome him and make relations with our relatives more strongly. I know we always have, but we have to continue to build on that and build our relations with our relatives to the south. Anin Boju, we acknowledge that we are here in the unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. I want to acknowledge and I want to hold up our host drum, the Eagle River Singers, and thank Knowledge Keeper Chuck Hume and Dr. Gwen Point for opening this assembly in a good way. Chimigwech. We also recognize the Eagle staffs in the room and all the ceremonial items.
So Turtle Island, come on, is a name for Earth or North America used by some American Indigenous peoples, as well as some Indigenous Indigenous rights activists. This is Turtle Island. All of it.
And we acknowledge Chief Jean-Guy Whiteduck from Kitiganzi B. Anishinaabeg for welcoming us to his
I didn't know that
territory.
before today.
We also lift up Regional Chiefs Abraham Benedict, Grand Chief Linda Basagay, and chiefs from across Ontario for your ongoing leadership and your inspiration. Chief Benedict, I want to thank you for your wisdom and your advice at our national executive. We appreciate your leadership on water, on policing, and border, just to name a few, does it all. Your success as well, Chief Fiddler, in securing a Canada-Ontario agreement on long-term reform of the First Nations child welfare system is so inspiring to many of us. Looking back over the past year, it has been also an honor to stand with you and with all the Ontario chiefs at Queen's Park in June against Bill 5. As chiefs were battling at Queen's Park for our rights, many were also fighting wildfires at home. So we lift up the chiefs in Ontario and chiefs across the nation for stepping up this past summer and being on the front lines of fires. We're also thinking of the Ontario chiefs. I want to take a moment to recognize the late Chief Lorraine Kobanez. She was a dear friend for many of us in this room, a highly respected chief. She never stopped fighting for the rights and the health of the Nisatsuan Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3 territory. So we honor her. We were honored to attend her service last month in her community and to pay respects to her family. When we see so many women chiefs, getting elected across this country, we can't think of we think of legendary matriarchs like Chief Kobanez. So in her name today, please join me in lifting up all the women chiefs, and it's so great to see, so give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. I think I heard Chief Linda DeBasagay out there somewhere, but
there we go. Can I just say it's so refreshing to hear audio setup that's actually correct?
Lift her up in a good way as well. Talking about Ontario chiefs, we also want to recognize the extraordinary efforts that the Northern Ontario First Nations to rescue a Norwegian tourist that went missing in the north this past summer, and the decency and their courage received international attention. It was all over the world. So we lift up the Anishinaabe Oski Nation and Fort Severn First Nation community members that participated in the search. And of course, we also lift up the Manitoba chiefs in the north that unfortunately they had to locate his body on Hayes River. Together, though, those communities demonstrated that First Nations can be counted on during difficult times.
Just so y'all see this. They did find, unfortunately, the body of this hiker. I was gonna play ads, of course. Oh no. And there is the lead searcher from the First Nations that helped to find this man in Northern Ontario. Beautiful moment. Yeah, that happened, I think, over the summer.
And First Nations have always been there for this country, for Canada, during difficult times. And we see our veterans here today. We lift you up in a good way. Right from the creation of this country, from the War of 1812, 2 world wars, 2 Quebec referendums that try to split this country apart, Afghanistan, the pandemic, and now it's another one of those times. To the south, Canada is under threat from Trump, but we have allies. The president of the National Congress of American Indians is here with us today, so I'm really thankful, as we just alluded earlier, that Mark is also the chairman of the Pechanga Band. Is that I say that correctly?
It's close.
Pechanga Band, yeah, in the United States. And so I'm so glad that you're here with us this week. While Trump threatens Canada from the south, threats of separation are also fueled by Alberta and Quebec politicians in the east and in the west. And all around us, climate change threatens our communities and our quality of life. In response, First Nations are leading the way. We're standing up for the environment to protect all Canadians, not just First Nations. Alberta and Quebec chiefs have been the most vocal opponents of provincial separatists. And First Nations have always stood shoulder to shoulder with Canadians against Trump's illegal tariffs. So we understand it's a critical and uncertain time in this country's history, because Canada is at a crossroads in its relationship with First Nations. Our rights are being threatened in new ways, but we are not afraid. Far from it. First Nations across this country are stronger than we have ever been. We have had to overcome great odds to protect our rights, our laws, our resources, and our waters. Our ancestors have fought on this land to protect our rights as peoples and as nations. When Parliament, our provincial legislatures, have dishonored the Crown, we have fought in the colonial courts and we've won over and over again. Sadly, First Nations continue to be forced to keep fighting in court. And rightfully, we have kept winning. Nothing has been given to us and we are not going back. So I can't think of a better place to discuss the future of this country than at this Special Chiefs Assembly this week. I want to thank, of course, our AFN staff all over this room for bringing this together and putting this assembly together for each of us.
I wasn't planning on watching this today, but I think that this is a really good reminder of, you know, we'll watch the parliamentary press dinner, but just the difference in attitude and just an overall sense of respect and calm and, you know, a sense of togetherness in order to move this country forward. Hopefully y'all are okay with it, but I am going to watch the rest of her opening speech here, because it's something that we don't hear super often, and I think it's an important voice to lift up. She's a very, very powerful speaker.
We thank the media, record number that are here, and everyone streaming online across Canada for being with us. We have a lot to get to this week and many resolutions to discuss. The Prime Minister will also be here later today at 4 o'clock, I believe, to take your questions. Numerous federal ministers and members of Parliament from all political parties have been invited to attend this week, and we lift them up for their public service.
We are going to be covering whatever Mark Carney comes in and says, probably on the live on Thursday.
These are not easy jobs, folks. They require sacrifice, they require time away from your family, something that our chiefs and our leaders in this room understand. So we thank them for attending today. A lot has happened since when we last gathered in September on Treaty 1 territory in Winnipeg. One thing to highlight before we start relates to the historic $23 billion settlement that we negotiated with Prime Minister Trudeau in 2023 on discrimination in the First Nations Child and Family Services Program Endurance Principle. In July, we announced approximately 4,000 claims have been received since we opened the application portal in March. And shortly after, we confirmed that the first payments had started to roll. So today we're announcing that over 88,000 claims are in and more than $265 million has been distributed to claimants. We want to again thank our representative plaintiffs for their leadership. They inspire us each and every day to keep making sure this rollout keeps moving in a good way. This is a significant achievement, but we know that thousands more First Nations people are still eligible in these first two classes. And while no amount of money can ever make up for the harms, that this compensation, it's an important acknowledgement of the discrimination that they suffered. So please join me in thanking them and the Settlement Implementation Committee. We are grateful for your leadership. Thank you so very much. Many of them are in this room.
Absolutely, Anu.
Since September's assembly, we have been going nonstop, starting with the federal budget. The finance minister, for I think AFN's first time in history, will be here later this week on Thursday to answer questions. November's budget was the new government's first chance to build back some of the trust that was lost after the major projects Bill C-5 was rammed through Parliament in 20 days without consultation. Last month's budget was also an opportunity to demonstrate through deeds that First Nations voices matter to this new administration. I wish I was here to say that we accomplished that mission. Sadly, the 2025 federal budget represents a significant setback. To be fair, we do recognize some investments for housing. We welcome measures to expand the capacity of the First Nations Finance Authority, and we were pleased to confirm that the $47.8 billion we negotiated last year for long-term reform of the First Nations child and family child welfare system has been protected. And so we lift up Minister Galmasti for her support on these priorities and her leadership in protecting Indigenous services from a 15% cut. We fought hard for that, but it should not have been so difficult. When the best that we can say is that Indigenous services is only being cut by $2 to $3 billion, we know that there's a problem, especially when provincial transfers for health, for education, and social services have gone up by 5%. Sadly, instead of closing the gap between First Nations and Canadians, this budget makes things more difficult. November's budget was introduced on the first anniversary of the passing of one of our leaders, Justice Murray Sinclair. So I want to personally recognize his son, Nigan, for our recent discussion 2 weeks ago about his dad's teachings, and we lift up his families, his daughters. He's got strong daughters, and we feel his spirit here today. As a commissioner of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission investigating residential schools, Justice Sinclair famously said, "Education got us into this mess, and education will get us out."
Hell yes. What an absolutely important statement. We need more education on the history of our country.
Commission's calls to action were focused on education. To mark the 10th anniversary of the Commission's final report this month, December, we call on Canada to make generational budget investments in First Nations education, training, and languages, because Canada talked a lot about generational investments in the lead up to the budget. We agreed and suggest that the most effective way to secure the future success of First Nations children and our economy is to invest in education. Because Canada's education system was used as a tool to try to erase our culture, take our language, and break our spirit. For the next generation, education must be a tool that empowers First Nations youth and uplifts our children. Absolutely. First Nations are the youngest demographic in this country, but half of our schools are overcrowded. 50% of First Nations' actual education needs remain unfunded. So what generational investments were included in the budget for First Nations education? That silence you hear sounded like Canada's response. Education is one example. Closing the discriminatory First Nations infrastructure gap is another. First Nations policing, the First Nations Procurement Authority, states of emergency that chiefs called all over the country were all ignored in this budget. Yet the government still says, trust us. Canada's promise to introduce First Nations clean water legislation this year is another example. And I lift up many people in this room that worked really hard on that. During the election, the government promised to reintroduce a clean water bill as quickly as possible if they were elected. So this week, we join with chiefs from coast to coast in calling on this government to honor their commitment and reintroduce the First Nations Clean Water Act this month. There is still time. Besides that, the federal budget and the Clean Water Act, policing and justice issues have been a key focus since September's assembly. From program funding cuts and bail reform to hate crime legislation and the Indian Act, we have worked to make sure that First Nations voices are heard in Parliament on these important issues. And so we lift up the chiefs who have made presentations to members of Parliament and senators this fall. The center of this work is the important policy resolutions chiefs co-develop and vote on here in this room. With the calls for justice and the AFN Justice Strategy that we released in June, many of the chiefs' resolutions promote positive change to our justice system. This means revitalizing First Nations laws and legal systems. It means reforming the Canadian criminal justice system, and it means prioritizing First Nations policing as an essential service in this country, just like it is everywhere else. So we join the chiefs in calling on the government to also introduce the First Nations policing legislation in this session of Parliament. As part of my duties over the summer, we were invited to visit prisoners at the Stony Mountain Penitentiary. And it was really difficult, but I'm glad that we went because we need to see how our people are treated there. The incarceration rates are so overwhelming, and we will be visiting a women's institution soon. But it was really tough to visit that jail. And I went right into Max, and everybody was scared that I was going into Max. And I said, I'm going to go and sit with our men that have been, through the systems that be, the oppression that's put upon them. And being in there I spent the day with them. I took them donuts because I would have took KFC chicken had I known, and I'm going to do that again. But my heart was with them, and I was going cell to cell, and the guards were freak that I would go in. I said, those are our people. And sadly, I looked around. It was unfortunately most of our people. And some of them, they have to do their time, but at the same time, the inhumane treatment that I'd seen was hurtful. And knowing that in previous governments, one of the prime ministers from the past, just took things away from them, basic things like air conditioner so that they could swelter in heat all summer. These are the conditions that, our people are facing being incarcerated. So I left from there, it was really heavy. And I'm thankful to Creator Above because he sent a couple of elders that invited me over and they were able to pray with me. They didn't know that I was having a hard day that day after that. But, remember that and keep them in prayer this holiday season. I know that they have a lot to learn as well, but those are our people.
It is. The cruelty of our history is hard to bear. I'm not making lots of comments right now because I don't have experience with the type of cruelty and unfairness that our First Nations people have endured in Canada. And when we talk about bettering education for these types of issues, I am not the person to comment on it or speak on it, and I'm going to fully let her finish the rest of her speech here because she has much better words than I ever could have.
In addition to the justice reform, we have called on Canada to finally end the Indian Act's discriminatory second-generation cutoff, to move away from the dehumanizing categories of 6-1s and 6-2s and end the Crown's ability to determine who is an Indian. Our people are entitled to belong to our people, and they are entitled to rights according to First Nation laws. First Nations must be in control of our own membership. We know who our ancestors are. Justice for First Nations in 2025 means doing something about hate and violence as well, directed towards our people. Because the more successful First Nations become in this country, the more that we assert our rights, the more hate rises against us, especially for our women. In 2023, after 152 years of Manitoba being a province, yes, we elected our premier, it was First Nation, but we also elected at that same time 2 First Nations women, and I'm very proud of them. They were elected and, of course, appointed as cabinet ministers, and it was a historic moment. And we lift up Nahanni Fontaine and Bernadette Smith. We're proud of you. But recently, they have both of their constituency offices have been firebombed. These are just 2 examples. Vandalism and this kind of violence against First Nations is just not acceptable. So we look forward to First Nations testifying in Parliament over the coming months on proposed hate crime legislation. It's got to stop, including towards residential school survivors. Justice, of course, for First Nations in 2025 also means the return of our artifacts from the Vatican. This week we will provide an update on the next important steps to repatriate our relatives. As some of them will be returning in the coming days, our thoughts are with the elders, with the residential school survivors, and the leaders that have prayed and worked so hard to bring them home. Chiefs in this assembly, you directed through resolution to repatriate and work on our artifacts, and we've worked on that really hard this year, and they'll be coming home this Saturday. So we promise to honor their work. We promise to keep up the pressure to bring back the artifacts, and we will not rest until all return home. The Vatican's just one piece. There's many more out there around the world. And justice for First Nations in 2025 also means that Canada and the provinces actually live up to their obligation to respect our fundamental rights under the Charter and the United Nations Declaration. This has been in the news a lot with a recent announcement about big resource projects. On the weekend, we saw a national report on the Alberta-Canada MOU state categorically that the mantra of free, prior, and informed consent from Indigenous communities is gone, as if First Nations rights can be wiped away with one federal-provincial MOU. It was difficult to watch BC and many First Nations excluded from these discussions, particularly on the Pacific Coast. So we lift up all chiefs impacted for their passion and for their leadership, regardless of their position. Chiefs, of course, have different views on development, and this is to be celebrated. I told the press that this morning, not feared, or used against us as a wedge to try and divide us. The truth is that Canada can create all the MOUs, project offices, advisory groups that they want, but chiefs are united. When it comes to approving large national projects on First Nations lands, there will not be getting around rights holders. That's another reason outstanding First Nations treaty rights must be reconciled before others, because Métis rights do not include rights over First Nations lands, territories, and resources. First Nations, with the exception of the Inuit, are the only true landowners of these traditional territories. We have governed these lands.
Well said.
We have governed these lands since time immemorial, prior to colonial borders. Our rights cannot be implemented and respected without us in substance and in process, and they cannot be respected after the fact. When Canada and the provinces tried to exclude First Nations from repatriating the Constitution in the early 1980s, we fought to ensure Section 35 was included to affirm our treaty and pre-existing inherent rights. Then First Nations were told that Section 35 was simply an empty box, that any rights we thought we have must be negotiated again through agreements. So again, we fought in Canada's court system and proved them wrong. There are now hundreds of court decisions affirming the strength of our constitutional rights. We raise this critical history because Canada, the province, and proponents developing these major projects must take First Nations rights seriously. Everyone should know by now that there is no cutting corners when it comes to protecting human health, vital watersheds, and the constitutional rights of First Nations people. Our ancestors have inhabited these protected territories long before colonial borders. First Nations lands hold vast deposits of critical minerals, forests, and fresh water supplies that sustain communities on both sides of the medicine line. With each day, more Canadians recognize that Canada's economy will not achieve its full potential until we have a strong First Nation economy. First Nations businesses already contribute over $50 billion each year to Canada's GDP. This represents a 50% increase over the previous decade. The rest of Canada only grew by 37% during the same period. Canada's gross domestic product is generated off lands, of First Nations lands and resources. Over $600 billion of projects are forecast to be launched on our traditional lands over the next decade. The potential benefits are in the trillions of dollars, but they won't advance without First Nation support. Until an appropriate development process is established and founded in free, prior, and informed consent, the Crown's constitutional legal obligations will not be met. This is the law, and it can't be wished away. So, Chiefs, we have a lot of work to do. The late Justice Murray Sinclair called on us to get up and do the work of reconciliation. He described the mountain to all of us and showed us all the path to reach the top. But Justice Sinclair also said it was up to us to climb that mountain. When he talked about us, he was not just referring only to our people. He was inviting all Canadians to do the climbing together. And that long climb rests with all of us now, everyone in this room, every parliamentarian that's here listening, every province that's also listening, and every Canadian. So no matter how much federal and provincial governments try to ignore and avoid First Nation rights, we must come back tomorrow and keep doing the work for our people. That is why we called for a First Ministers meeting on First Nations issues early in the new year. A reset is required in 2026 if we want to keep this country united. Premiers agreed it was time for a meeting with First Nations when we met in July, and now the ball is in Canada's court. In Justice Sinclair's name, we must keep imagining a world where all of us have medicines, food, equal access to education, and a safe place to live. Not just a few, but truly all of us. Justice Sinclair prepared us to speak about this dream many times to many different people, but most will doubt this is even possible. He told us to keep trying, keep dreaming, because we have been given the gift to do that. We have a lot of ground to cover, and we have a short time to do it. Chiefs, you work unbelievably hard, and you put yourselves on the line each day to help your communities, to help your families. As National Chief, it is my honor to be here, standing with you, to advance your priorities, and through it all, we will be here with you together, just as our elders and our ancestors wanted us to work together. By strengthening our relations united, we can do anything that we want. So I stand with you and thank you. Chimigwech, apachikachinim.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Yeah, I'll cover whatever Carney says to the First Nations in my next live, but I do want to watch a little bit of this. This is going to seem like a mockery after what we just watched, but every year, I said I was going to do the YouTube one and then I closed it. Every year, the members of Parliament gather with the press and hold something called the Parliamentary Press Gallery Dinner. And that happened over the weekend. May 2.0, yeah. So I'm just going to find video on YouTube so that we can... Yeah, we don't have to watch every single second of it. Just give me one moment. Maybe it's not on YouTube. I'm looking for the funny one, 1 hour, 3 minutes. Yeah. They, again, I thought I had a YouTube version of this, and I'm struggling to find it. Sorry, y'all. Give me just a minute. With my super professional streaming career and my super organization to find this for a second. This may be the only version, unfortunately. Okay.
Yes. Bonsoir, bonsoir tout le monde. Hello. Yes, yes, great. Un peu de calme. So for those who were wondering, I am flying solo tonight. Thank you. I was going to start with this evening with the Alain acknowledgement, but Tim Hodgson wouldn't let me. And if you're not happy about my jokes, we can have a chat on Zoom later if you're... So I work for the Journal de Montréal. For the Anglos who don't know the Journal, it's kind of like Postmedia's Toronto Sun. It's foreign owned and real popular with that one uncle at Thanksgiving. Donc, à cause de la crise des médias, cette soirée est commanditée par Brookfield cette année. Mais faites-vous-en pas, le gala est sous la supervision et approuvé par le commissaire à l'éthique. And as we've learned, it's important to have blind trust in the commissioner. Right, Mr. Carney? Talking about Brookfield, I'm just curious, where's Rosie? When you looked inside yourself, what did you find? No, just kidding. Our main sponsor tonight is actually the Prime Minister's other former employer, Bloomberg. Yeah. An American news outlet. Bloomberg, who's also with half of the PMO tonight. Great job, everyone. Way to keep your elbows up. I think we can all agree this year has been utterly insane. We could even say it was transformative, generational. Never seen since 1945.
Oof.
That's why Canada needs to think big, seize the opportunity. Go from dependence to resilience, from uncertainty to prosperity, so we can spend less to invest more and build Canada strong.
I don't know who this is.
Sorry, guys, I think I had too much champagne.
Hey, ATR.
But it's true the last 18 months have been crazy. Just a year ago, Justin Trudeau was clinging to power with political gimmicks. Pierre Poilievre was eating an apple and enjoying a 20-point lead. And the NDP was an official party in the House. Now Mark Carney is Canada's daddy. Poilievre's apple is more of a crumble. And the NDP, well, they're still saving the Liberals' bottom. You know what else did not change? The deficit is sky high, and Jenny Byrne is still terrorizing Conservatives. You may not know this, but in Conservative circles, she's known as Jenny from the block, from the Butchers block. Sorry. By the way, Conservatives, if you're in distress and need to leave your caucus, you can whisper to your server, "Bring it home." And Mickey Jurich will be right there with you. Jokes aside, the Conservative Party just hired a new campaign manager, Steve Outhouse, who's with us tonight. Welcome. I guess they're hoping to have more success in the Ring of Fire. Too spicy?
Too spicy.
Diplomacy in Canada also changed a lot in a few months. Sitting with us tonight at the same table, no less, India's High Commissioner and China's Ambassador. Welcome.
Yikes.
Oh, just to make sure, Dan Rogers, can you hear me well? I'm just checking. I'm just sensing a little bit of interference. You okay? Speaking of interference, I'm still looking for the American ambassador. Has anyone seen him? No? No one? Fuck it.
Oh yeah, this is just...
They started it.
The parliamentary press dinner is politicians roasting politicians and then other people roasting politicians. Like, it's just a total gong show. And they have to put... in order to air it, they actually have to put warnings on it. That it's adult content. So, warning, it may be adult content. It is savage, yeah.
So Prime Minister Carney, since this is your first time to this event, we want to make
Yes,
sure that you are
fair.
as comfortable as possible. The press gallery put in place a few rules. Formal attire only. No brown shoes.
No brown shoes.
The menu is in British spelling. And Karina Gould is sitting far away in the overflow room.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Fight for Karina. I love her.
Mais faites-vous-en pas, Madame Gould est pas seule, hein? Elle est avec ses collègues Bill Blair, Jonathan Wilkinson, Jean-Yves Duclos, Chrystia Freeland, et une addition de dernière minute, hein, Stephen Guilbeault. Certains diraient que c'est là où le vrai Parti libéral est assis. D'ailleurs, les fêtes sont à l'aise, on a préparé un plat spécial.
Sorry, y'all, I don't speak French.
On a aussi plusieurs autres. Thank you as well to Dan Rogers, the head of CSIS, for being here tonight. So to ensure your safety, we made Bob Fife and Steve Chase wear ankle bracelets. And it's a good thing you're with Chris Nardi tonight, because this guy gets away with anything. Last year was crazy, but did you guys notice how the Hill got a little quieter, though? Like, the scrums are just more chill. All right, Marika Walsh is on mat leave. We love Marika. But there's one person I won't be making fun of tonight. It's David Cochran.
Woohoo!
I don't want to end up like Travis Downraj and have to launch my own podcast. Not doing it. Speaking of early retirement, the National Defense is still trying to figure out how to make Murray Brewster step down. And you know, the economy, yes, Murray. Great job, Murray. And you know the economy is really bad when even Bob Fife can't afford to retire. And his salary is tariff-free. But at least we know there can be life after politics. Xav and Justin Trudeau are trying to enter the pop music industry in their own way.
Yikes!
Well, at least one of them is having some sex. Success! 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 Alors, le chef du Bloc québécois est ici ce soir aussi. Bonsoir, M. Blanchet.
Bonsoir, M. Blanchet.
M. Blanchet était content de savoir qu'Antoine Trépanier quittait le beat québécois du National Post jusqu'à ce qu'il réalise qu'Antoine s'en allait à la presse, puis qu'elle allait l'avoir d'en face encore plus souvent. En tout cas, Antoine va réaliser que citer Blanchet en français, c'est pas toujours plus facile qu'en anglais. But he's not the only one that changed camps this year. You might think the crown goes to Chris d'Entremont. But I would argue my fiancée, Najud Al-Malise, is hard to beat. She went from CP to the Globe and Mail to Bloomberg in the span of 9 months. I hope she's more loyal in her personal life than professional. Here I was going to make a joke about Stuart Benson from the Hell Times. No. Stuart, you've been the center of attention enough this year. Mais on sait, c'est pas facile hein, pour certains médias. Oh.
Hey, Aria.
Le Devoir, lui, il a...
Sorry, friends. I could not find a translation at all.
Puis Raymond Filion, mais... Mes félicitations. En même temps, il faut dire que la... You guys... And I saw Global News. Wow! You guys are still here.
We are watching the Parliamentary Press Gallery dinner that happens every year. It is essentially, as Olafin said above, an informal press embargo. They get to basically say whatever they want, and politicians get up and say whatever they want.
I didn't saw that one coming. I thought about making a joke about Ben Mulroney hosting the West Block. I'm just gonna stick to journalists, sorry.
Not yet. Shots fired.
So the Conservative leader is also here tonight. Surprise, surprise. I'm Jamil Javani. Nice to see you.
This is also because last year Pierre Poilievre did not show up to this.
Where is he? Nice to see you. You already have your slogan and your hat, Restore the North?
Take care, Dragon.
Did you workshop that with J.D. Vance? Like on a couch?
On a couch? Oh my goodness.
Many other Conservatives are here tonight. Jean Charest, Lisa Raitt, Jason Kenney, Corey Teneycke. There's also many Carney supporters here tonight. Jean Charest, Lisa Raitt, Jason Kenney, Corey Teneycke. Okay.
Nope.
Huge tent.
Oops. Also, can you see she's wearing the same amazingly sparkly shirt that she wore in the clip we just watched?
Okay. Huge tent. Mais je trouve pas Andrew Scheer, par contre, qui est derrière le rideau. No, it's been a tough few weeks for Pierre Poilievre, but if he needs some advice, he could speak to our president, Mia Rabson, because surprisingly, there has been no defection yet at CP this year. Congratulations, Mia. Okay, enough of me, everyone. Please welcome Don Newman and J.D. Bellavance to present the Charles Lynch Award.
Our airport is fogged in tonight, and he... As we...
That bow tie?
Everybody. It's,
that bow tie is ginormous.
Real surprise. We're here again to present the Charles Lynch Award. And it's nice to see the Prime Minister here. It's nice to see a real Prime Minister here. Don't you think, JD? Because, yeah. And but it only means one thing. The Ottawa airport is fogged in tonight, and he...
Yeah, it does look like they switched ties.
He's writing something on his phone to really let me have it. But anyway.
Probably changing his speech again.
The Charles Lynch Award has been presented since 1997 to a member of the gallery who has been chosen by a kind of random process of jurors that changes from year to year, but is mainly comprised of people who have won it before, including JD, who won it in when, 2016?
That's correct, yep.
So, so you have to have a pretty high standard if you're going to win it, because JD set a standard, but others have set the standard too. And so we get together, and it's a really good prize because for the people who are doing the selection, there's no guidelines. You can pick a person who has done a hot story that everybody in the gallery has followed all year. You can pick someone who's been in the gallery for 20 years or more and has been a Lifetime Achievement Award. It can be a young person, it can be an old person, it can be francophone, it can be anglophone, it can be a woman, a man. I really like this prize, and that's why I've been connected with it as long as I have. But this year we have a worthy recipient, as we do every year, and the person does not know who they are yet. And the recipient usually is mad after they win it because they didn't know they were going to win it, and they have to come up here and speak. And they say, well, if you told me, I could have prepared something and be good. But we don't want that. We want spontaneity, and that's partly what I think makes journalism good. So, JD, this is a good year for the... Hello, Mr. Speaker. How are you?
Mr. Speaker.
It is a good year. And before I do introduce you to the recipient of this year, I have to make a little segue. I want to say that every year I invite the same person to the gallery dinner for one reason. And I think the person will recognize himself because that person did a lot for our profession. His name is Monsieur Claude Carignan, Tory senator now in the Senate, and in 2017 he spearheaded a law in the Senate to protect journalist sources. This is now the law of the land. Recognize Mr. Carignan's work, and he's been my date for the last almost decade for that reason, because of my internal gratitude. Because you need to know that as a reporter, once upon a time in my life, I had to testify in front of a judge, and the judge wanted to know my sources about a story that was dealing with national security. That law was not in place. If that law had been in place, I would have felt more confident about, not going to jail and receiving oranges from my friends. Alors, je tiens à souligner, et ça va faire sa rigueur au traitement, elle contribue aussi comme chroniqueuse. Et Hélène, je suis très fier de... Avant de passer la parole à Hélène, moi aussi, fort tendre pour...
C'est vrai. Qu'est-ce que je pourrais dire d'intéressant?
Well, I wasn't supposed to have a joke for Mia, so Mia. Our president, welcome on stage, Mia Rapson.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Welcome to the 2025 Parliamentary Press Gallery Dinner. My name is Mia Rapson, and I am the Deputy Bureau Chief at the Canadian Press, and also, more importantly tonight, the President of the Parliamentary Press Gallery. It has been a hot minute since we last gathered in this room to toast and roast ourselves. I mean, if I'm being honest, it's been a hot minute since like Thursday. While it may seem like a century has already passed, it hasn't even been 8 months.
It is, Simon Fry, I agree.
Began catalyzing this country from coast to coast. Yes, after years of press gallery speculation, Mark Carney finally ascended to the Liberal throne, saving us all from spending another year wondering if Bob Fife was going to have another scoop. Since our last soiree, we've had so many trips to Rideau Hall for cabinet ceremonies, the parking guards have given us preferred parking. And Steve McKinnon is officially trying to beat Dominic LeBlanc for the crown of how many different cabinet hats you can wear in just 12 months. In the media world, artificial intelligence is the big new thing. Maybe it just feels that way because I finally broke down and tried ChatGPT for the first time a few weeks ago. I know everyone thinks this is life-changing, but I'm still not entirely convinced. When I asked it to tell me something about Mark Carney, it said being Prime Minister was only the 5th most interesting thing he's ever done in his life. After governing 2 central banks and developing what we call Canadian Cup policy. Mines for the Grey Cup, pipelines for the Stanley Cup. Maybe if we're really good, Big Daddy will give us a pony for the World Cup. Carney also gave us our first ever Minister of Artificial Intelligence, which has displaced Minister of Citizen Services as the least understood job at the cabinet table.
Hell yes.
Just don't ask AI for help understanding what he does, because even AI doesn't know. We do have a full house here tonight, and it is fantastic to have this chance to celebrate the work we do, the important role journalism plays in a healthy democracy, and to raise a glass with the people we do it with. We have many familiar faces with us. Former Prime Minister Joe Clark is here.
Her dress is fantastic. I love it.
Justice Richard Wagner. And all the way from Washington, U.S. Ambassador Kirsten Hillman. We have several members of the federal cabinet. I know Tim Hodgson is with us. I think Agriculture Minister Heath MacDonald is with us, but I'm not sure if it's him or Darren Fisher. We have lured back some former politicos. The new mayor of Montreal, Soraya Martinez-Ferrada, is here.
Hey, Gavin.
As is Charlie Angus, who has, upon exiting the Hill, entered into what I can only describe as his man in Barcalounger yells at the TV screen era. He has been training for this his whole life. We also have some new faces with us, I think. I believe Carlton MP Bruce Fanjoy is here.
Woo! Take a drink, everyone. Thanks, Aria.
But in case you're wondering, no, he is not sitting in Pierre Poilievre's seat. Mr. Poilievre is not the only one who's not here to dine with us tonight. Chrystia Freeland couldn't make it, what with juggling, what is it, half a dozen jobs at this point? Andrew Scheer and Scott Reed, I don't think are here, although I have not checked behind the curtains.
That was their excuse for being late to the vote, was that they were behind the curtains, which is not legal or correct.
I also don't think I saw Sean Fraser, so maybe he's actually spending more time with his family.
Except that he just got elected to a cabinet position as well this week, I believe.
The NDP is represented well tonight with almost half their caucus in attendance. Journalists are eternally grateful because for once we are not the fastest shrinking group on Parliament Hill.
Oh, they're here, Ninja.
Thank you everyone for taking the time to celebrate the storied institution that is the Parliamentary Press Gallery.
They're just making fun of it, Ninja, because I think last year and the year before, Pierre wasn't there. But be prepared. Pierre Poilievre is here.
A reporter's gallery on Parliament Hill has existed since before Confederation. 159 years ago, the first reporters took their seats in the original media gallery in Centre Block. At this point in our history, we count
He's
more than
actually not on
330
you.
journalists as our members. Reporters, editors, producers, camera operators, photographers, and more. We're working and reporting on a world that is changing by the hour. Fighting Miss Mona's soccer mom.
I also... So, Anu, it's very, very funny that you say that, and hang on to that thought really tight, because you're not wrong, actually.
Who keeps me on task, has been my sounding board, my gut...
Colleagues, supporters, I'm Cliff Lee, this is Alessia Pacifiume, and on behalf of the team at Shared Bylines, which does include Sierra, don't even have physical newsrooms to go to.
You went to see the Jays. They lost.
Oh, we'll go back.
We're just going to take a very short break. Do not leave your seats. It's just for technical issues.
Leftist audio. Yeah, spoilers. Believe it or not.
I'm happy to see you here, Prime Minister. I'm happy to see you, Prime Minister. I'm very happy to see you. But I do find it a tad unnerving. Think about it. You went to see the Oilers. They lost.
Oh.
You went to see the Jays. They lost.
Oh.
You did the toss. You went to see the rugby game in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
They lost. You went to the White House. We lost.
Oh! Suddenly not funny anymore.
Lost enough journalists already. Guys, it's like with the Brexit. The Carney curse is real.
Yeah.
Avez-vous remarqué aussi comment le Premier ministre...
Oh, that was aggressive.
...de cabinet Ligne 5? Méchant boys club, pareil, hein? Hey. As you know, we really have no idea what's happening behind closed doors in the negotiations between the Prime Minister...
Oh, 100% you did, Salmon Fry. He just went, what the fuck?
...and President Trump. But I have obtained a leaked audio recording of their last conversation that I will play exclusively tonight. Please. No? No one? Okay, we're having tech problem, I guess. It was a great song. God damn it.
Sing it.
Is it too late now to say sorry? It's a good song. It's a good song. It's the kind of song you dance with your elbows down, though. So after saving the Liberal Party, your mission is now to save the country. No pressure. Mesdames et messieurs, Canada's Big Daddy and Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Here he comes. So now he gets to roast and toast politics.
Merci. Merci Mathieu. Merci mille fois. Je sais ton nom. I'm trying to forget it. Alors, Vos Excellences, le Premier ministre actuel, Premier ministre Simpson, Premier ministre ancien, Premier ministre Clark, Premier ministre Charest, Premier ministre Kenney, bienvenue. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue ici. Vos Excellences, Cabinet colleagues, current and future.
Oh.
It's a big tent. C'est un grand. I'll talk about l'extrême centre. J'aime l'extrême centre. Hein? Hélène, who said, "Oh my God, my teleprompter's not moving. My God, it's a disaster." Listen, I'm glad we could take a break from my busy schedule to be here this evening. Mia, members of the executive committee, thank you, seriously, thank you for this invitation to join
it's very
these
savage.
Members of the press gallery this evening. I'll just take a moment, actually, to comment
I really want him to address the look inside yourself, Rosemary.
on what we just witnessed. Not that guy. What we witnessed was shared bylines. This is the press gallery standing up for liberal racism in this country. Well done. Well done.
Oh,
I have a different word for it.
Gosh.
We used to call it solidarity. Used to be what we were about, liberal racism. That's okay. It's all right. As long as it gets the job done.
Holy shit.
It is a pleasure to be with journalists who empower Canadians with the truth and relentlessly protect our democratic institutions.
Yeah, it's aggressive, Olafin. You
But
are
enough
correct.
about Rebel News. Hey, they got all the questions of the debate. C'est au centre. I don't know. Anyways. Alors, je voudrais, tiens, à féliciter la gagnante, du prix Charles Lynch de cette année.
Oh, I wish I understood more French.
Lise les détails de notre démocratie aussi attentivement et fidèlement qu'Hélène Buzetti. Merci, Hélène. Elle donne un sens au processus parlementaire et nous rappelle que les détails sont toujours importants pour assurer une bonne gouvernance. And it was good as well to see Don Newman present the award 28 years, I believe, after he won it. Yeah. If you want to go on YouTube, you can see Don interviewing me when I was governor of the Bank of Canada. Iron Fist and the Velvet Glove meets interminable, unintelligible answer. It's not pretty. Speaking of interminable, now let me turn to my prepared text. Look, Don and I know each other well. We go a long way back. For most of us in this room, you and I have only begun to know each other over the last 11 months. A lot more than I'd like, to be honest. But I suspect, yes, a lot less than you'd hope. So, in the spirit of this evening, I want to go deeper.
Uh-oh.
I want to look back at the hinge moment that we're living together. And I will do this, wait for it, in 3 ways. First point, I promise to keep this light. It's a night for jokes, for warmth, pretending that we all get along. Second point, I promise to keep this short. Roughly the length of Champagne's prologue to his budget speech. I was right there. I wanted to take the pages from... I wasn't quite sure on parliamentary privilege if we didn't say it. Was it really real? Did it happen? Et troisième point, je promets de tenir compte du pourcentage de Français dans mon discours pour faire gagner du temps à Radio-Can. It's important. Final point. There will be no final point.
Yep.
There will be several. Look, tonight is a night to look back together. It's a chance to look inside ourselves.
There it is. There it is.
I like what I see, Rosie, when I look at it. Anyway, what a decade this year has been. 2 prime ministers, 3 new cabinets. Where's that for? 1 election. Yeah, see, you guys are quick. 1 election, another one on the way.
Oh.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Scheer, Reid, you can come in now. Yes, sometimes it felt like I spent more time at Rideau Hall than in question period. And every so often, went abroad. We signed new deals with the EU, with Germany, Indonesia, launched trade negotiations with India, ASEAN, Thailand, and the Philippines. Last week I was in the UAE. Canada received the largest single foreign investment commitment in our history. $70 billion. There are some who might call that generational. I call it the McDavid Emergency Fund. All of this builds on a fast start, unlike the Oilers.
Oh.
Look, Canada's newest government welcomed the King himself to open Parliament in record time. We acted fast to cut taxes for the middle class, all 22 million of them. We cut the consumer carbon tax because it had become divisive for many and obsessive for one.
Oh my goodness, this is so good. I love it.
It's still going on.
It's still going on.
I see it every day. Nous avons coupé la TPS
Oh
pour
my
les
goodness.
acheteurs de première maison pour que Tatiana Auguste puisse s'acheter un appartement à Ottawa. C'est la preuve que chaque point compte. That's clever. I wrote that myself. Do you guys not with me on that? Okay. Every point counts. See, like point off GST and then she won by a vote. Is it not funny if you explain it, or even if it's not funny? Final point.
Final point. I hope at some point, because the other thing he's known for is going, I'll say one more thing. Or I'll say one thing more. That's what he does. Yeah, God, we have politicians who want comedians to get fired. This is really good.
We welcomed the world to Kananaskis for the G7 just 6 weeks after the election. And I got to tell you, the second day was amazing. Final point, if I may. Whether at NATO, the G7, G20, APEC, UNGA, ASEAN, FIFA, the YMCA.
Oh, he absolutely
we demonstrated that Canada's leadership will be defined not only by the strength of our values, but also by the value of our strength. We use that strength to face down an economic trade war and threats to our sovereignty. Because, and I may not have mentioned this before, we are in a crisis. Make no mistake, Canada's brand newest government is acting decisively to protect our country and our identity. And it's working. It is working. For me, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I got promoted from governor to president. And we are all moving forward. We are all moving forward with Budget's 2025's catalytic generational investments in the Eurovision Song Contest.
Yes.
And I'm pleased to announce this evening that Canada's first contestant will be none other than Down with Webster.
Hell yes.
Because Canada, it's time to win. Okay. That's one for the Ute.
The Ute.
Final-ish point. There have been a few surprises during my first months as Prime Minister. For example, I hadn't expected to spend so much time dealing with wildlife. Belugas, ostriches, premiers.
Premiers!
except for present company accepted, obviously. Actually, there is no need for a mass cull because the premiers and I are uniting around projects that will diversify our trade, unlock billions in new investment, create hundreds of thousands of high-paying careers. Or as the National Post headline put it, Mark Carney fast-tracks the road to serfdom. I mean, you can't buy that kind of support, even if we do fund it. It's true, Conrad. It's true. It's true.
Oh, direct burn to certain reporter who keeps claiming that.
Just the facts. Helen's here. It's got to be right. I've got to. Yeah. Now, speaking of taxpayer-funded purveyors of post-apocalyptic dystopia, Yves-François Blanchet and the Bloc are in the house.
Oh my goodness.
Non, honnêtement, c'est toujours rassurant de savoir qu'Yves-François n'est pas loin. Vous savez, ce que l'on vit en ce moment, ce n'est pas une séparation, c'est une rupture. Oui, nous vivons dans un monde volatile, mais malgré tout, une chose reste certaine, le Bloc va voter contre. Ouais. Merci, ouais. C'est une... Okay, look, it's important. You got to count on a few things. C'est un vrai pilier de stabilité qui nous bouleverse. It's a full house tonight. Just enough room for Dawn and the New Democrats. Dawn, good to see you here. I know it's cheap. It's cheap, Dawn. It's not. I know you've been asking. I'm only going to say this once. Political parties are not eligible for the major projects list. Sorry. Just saying.
Yes, Ayla. I preface this by saying that this was a gathering of politicians and journalists to sit and drink expensive wine and make fun of themselves. And I understand and agree that it is, especially after playing the speech at the Assembly of First Nations, I understand that this is a bit jarring and eye-rolling, but we're going to allow ourselves to have a minute, have a laugh, and then we're going to move forward and continue to call these politicians to task. Because the other thing that we need to remember is our politicians are not gods. They are not so far above us that they are not capable of laughing at themselves or their mistakes. And like somebody said earlier, we live in a country where comedians aren't getting fired from their jobs for saying things like this. You know, journalists can have conferences like this and say things about politicians like the MC was doing, and it's not only allowed but encouraged, and they make an event out of it. But yes, I do agree this is a little bit off-putting, but we're going to keep watching it.
Elizabeth May is here too. Elizabeth, thank you for standing up. Thank you for standing up and voting yes on the budget. It was incredibly généreux of you.
Oh, she's not happy.
Mathieu généreux.
Oh, she's not happy about that.
Mathieu généreux, voyons donc. Mathieu généreux, ça compte 2 mots de plus en français. And I join others in not being able to see Pierre Poilievre anywhere here this evening. And don't you find it odd that no one else is willing to give up their seat? Something changed? I don't know. Anyways.
Yes, Blue Terry Teddy. We covered that. That's the first thing we covered.
One thing, it's that every seat counts. And speaking of counting, let me be clear. I can count. Actually, I can also subtract, and I can multiply. Pierre, he just divides.
Pierre,
I didn't write that. I didn't write that. My okay. Actually, I did. Et soyons clairs.
Yeah, that was
soyons clairs. Je sais compter, même je sais calculer. C'est pourquoi je sais que j'ai maintenant 16% de français dans mon discours de ce soir. Et je suis sûr que la table de Radio Cannes compte aussi. Laurence, ça suffit? Bon, d'accord, ça fait que nous même si le bloc, on en perd de filles. Speak. Any emojis? And Trump. Keeping track. On en perd de filles. Speaking of keeping track, when did I last speak to President Trump? I mean, did we text? Like recently? Any emojis? Did he like my Insta with Macron? These are all great questions. They are worth flying halfway around the world to ask.
Hi, Neuropunk.
One question, one follow-up. Did you text Trump? Emojis? They're great questions, and I should answer them because sharing is caring. I do care.
I do care.
But I do. Scott, I do. The other Scott Reed. He's here. He's here all night. He'll be at the after party. You'll be at the after party.
This is the Parliamentary Press Gallery dinner where members of the press on the Hill and the parliamentarians get together and roast each other, essentially.
But look, I'm going to share another time because, look, I've been busy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm standing on business. Booked and busy. Is this how it's done? Am I looking into the right camera? Will this do numbers on X? Should I turn up the rage bait? Fuck. I think all that Tory TikTok clip farming in the House is beginning to influence me.
He just did drop an F-bomb about clip farming in the House of Commons. Oh, hold on.
Fuck.
That. One more time.
Next, should I turn up the rage bait? Fuck.
I know, the spittle thing has bothered me so bad.
I think all that Tory TikTok clip farming in the House is beginning to influence me.
There it is. Nope, didn't get it.
It won't happen again, Mr. Speaker. It won't happen again. From now on, Canada's brand spanking new government will be locked in.
Brand spanking.
What's that, Mr. Speaker? My 35 seconds are up already? Okay. Final point, if I may.
Oh yeah, there's some good ones yet to come.
Mario Cuomo famously said that politicians campaign in poetry and govern in prose. I campaigned in haiku. We're governing in econometrics.
Econometrics.
Yeah, I'm not a politician. And I'm obviously not a comedian. I am a pragmatist. And so to get out of here alive from now on, I am going to pander. Nearly 2 centuries ago, Nova Scotia's Joseph Howe stressed that an open and unshackled press is one of the strongest legacies that we can leave for future generations. And around the world, that legacy is under threat. I am proud that Canada continues to support and celebrate a free press, and I will defend it to my last day.
Excellent. Aria, I'm not sure. This happened a couple days ago. Yeah, exactly. They do have an embargo. If you look on CBC, CTV, Global, nobody has clips from this because it's a place for the politicians and the press to make fun of each other and leave it at that. Because if you clip farm from this, it's a nightmare, right? So we're watching and we're just going to laugh along with them.
Au-delà de votre contribution essentielle à notre démocratie.
Oh, from this channel?
Vous avez aidé.
What do you mean? In this chat room? Oh, sorry, I see what you're saying. How many people have watched this before today?
À bâtir une nation ouverte, forte, nous assemblée. L'exposure and many others that have become nation-building milestones. And it's the stories that you share, the distinct, diverse voices
oh, just wait, Dr. Bad Strings, until you see Pierre's.
That we're part of something bigger.
Hold on.
Your stories become the foundations of our common citizenship. With all our rights and responsibilities,
wipe that off on your face. It's driving me crazy.
That's more than worth protecting. And tonight, it's something that's well worth celebrating. So now, I'm happy not to take your questions. Sauf en français. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, M. Carnier. Merci beaucoup. Vous pouvez prendre une autre gorgée de vin. Parfait. J'ai hâte d'y arriver, moi aussi, à une petite gorgée de vin. You're lucky. Yeah. Can't wait to have my own little glass of wine. Ça sent bien. Ouais. Guys, you won't believe this. I know I was joking earlier, and Mia too, about Andrew Scheer hiding behind the curtains. But turns out, it's actually Pierre Poilievre back there.
Okay, I have to pause this and quickly go to a break for a minute. I have to use the washroom so badly. But be ready for this, because this is freaking wild. I will be right back, I promise. All right. Thanks for waiting. Sister wanted to know what the plan was for going up to where my mom lives. Hey, we're back. Am I trying to make us all lose Whamageddon? No? All right, are you ready for Pierre Poilievre's? I mean, he's not there, so here we go. Yes,
so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the only person who misses Justin Trudeau more than Susan Delacourt, the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre.
Hello, everyone. Yes. Yes, hello. Hello. Yes, hello, everybody. Yes. Excellent. Yes. Yes.
Oh, you want to? Anu, do you remember what you said?
Thank you, yes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it is indeed the guy from 22 Minutes that impersonates Pierre.
Yes, yes. Very nice, very nice.
Yep.
Good evening, gentlemen and biological clocks.
Just flawless. That's what Pierre Poilievre called them. Yeah. Here we go.
I am Conservative leader and star of This Hour Has 22 Minutes, Pierre Poilievre. I'm sorry I'm late. I just came in from my riding in Bubble River... Sorry, I wrote that down weird. Baby butter crop top. It doesn't matter. I know it. I know what it is, okay? I'm not really sure where I will be sitting yet. It doesn't matter. I'll just take that guy's chair. It'll be fine. I'll just take a chair. Okay, so I've written down a few things that I would like to say. Oh, sorry. That's the ballot from my last election. Yeah. I'm on here somewhere. I don't know. This makes it really hard to vote. Wow. Now I gotta say, yes. So, you guys remember when I lost for a minute and didn't have a job in politics? I felt like I was 15 again. Yeah, I didn't know what to do as a regular man, right? I didn't know I was allowed to date an astronaut. My new campaign manager, Steve Outhouse. Don't laugh. It's a regular name. Everybody has it. It's very common. It's very, very common. He says that I have to be more likable. So he sent me out here. He said, can you convince everybody that you're likable in 90 seconds? And I said to him, I can say all the likable things about me in way less than 90 seconds. Right. And if not, we'll just hire an actor to be likable for me. Yeah. We found me on the CBC. That's right. I know, right? CBC. I don't know who the cuckold is here more, me or me. I love the CBC, by the way. I think it should be funded more, to be quite honest. You can quote me on that. Write that down. Guys, write that down. I'm going to fund the CBC even more. Quote that. All right. Sorry, reporters. I know that I haven't been the nicest to you. I'm very sorry. I love reporters. Just, don't talk to me before I've had my morning coffee.
So, Kiwi, this is not Pierre Poilievre. This is an actor that acts on the Canadian version of SNL as Pierre Poilievre.
I like tea, by the way. Any NDP here? Any NDP? Oh, yeah. Whose +1 were you? Boom! Roasted.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Don't worry, I will be roasting all relevant parties. The Green Party. Moving on. You know, I'd make fun of the Bloc, but honestly, I never know what they're even saying. It's crazy. Yeah. I'm late. I don't know. Is Mark Carney here? Oh. Who cares? You know, it must have been annoying.
No one has seen Pierre Poilievre at the dinner yet. No, that was part of the jokes, is he wasn't there last year and he's not there this year.
Eating dinner next to the elbows up guy, right? Just up like that. Put him down. It's rude, okay? He's doing my ideas as well. Pipelines and firing everybody is what I would do. And this proves it wasn't my policies you didn't like. It really was me. Yeah. It really was. So this is the new me. Okay? Take me in. I'm likable now. Yeah? Does anyone want to yell, "Lead us, Big Daddy"? Anyone want to yell it out? Please? Please yell it out. All right. Well, before I leave, in honor of me and the Conservatives, I will reveal our new slogan. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC. That's right. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC, everybody. Long live the CBC.
Wait for it. Amazing. I will say, I am not a huge fan of Pierre Poilievre. But fuck, that was so good.
Une grande tournée d'applaudissements pour la version Timu de moi. Big round of applause for the Timu version of me, everybody.
Yeah, very good.
As you know, Chris stars on This Hour Has 22 Minutes, which is the second funniest satire on CBC after Power and Politics. You know, Chris.
Oh, he's actually there.
Chris.
Yep. They just made it like he just didn't show up until that point in the speech.
This is actually the most expensive comedian at the CBC, and in fact, the most expensive in the entire world if you measure on a cost per laugh basis. Now, just to be clear, to all the CBC staff who are gathered here today, don't believe what you hear. And by the way, when I speak of CBC staff, I'm not just talking about the PMO comm shop. I'm talking about all of you. I never said I was going to...
No. If you look... Here, we'll go back just a second.
Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC, everybody. Long live the CBC.
Standing on the side of the stage, mirroring what this guy's doing.
To a Caribbean tax haven, so that's to defund it, which means that we can find some creative funding methods to keep it going. Like maybe they could move their head office to a Caribbean tax haven so that Brookfield could pay for it. The company might have some spare office space above that bicycle shop in Bermuda. Or another revenue source would be for David Cochrane to start charging for the water he carries for the Liberal Party. The third way is for me to donate royalties. And I'm announcing that I will do that today. Royalties for all those who copy me, imitate me, or steal my ideas. I think Mark Carney is here today. He wanted to have an impersonator of his own, but then he discovered that Mr. Burns is a cartoon. But who's ready to tax the tax? Build the homes.
Nope.
Oh, wait a sec here. They gave me my speech for the January Conservative Convention. Geez, there's got to be some content in here I can use. Down with the out-of-touch elites. Oh, wrong crowd.
Okay, I will give him that one.
I know, no more greasy lobbyists. Oh, that's not going to work either. Fire the overpaid consultants. Oh, I see Regan Watts is here tonight, so that's not going to work. All right. I guess we're going to have to settle for some more boring three-word verb-to-noun slogans like eat the food, drink the booze, fake the laughs. But it wasn't just the slogans that people criticized about my last campaign. Look, and fair enough, we made some great gains. We added 25 seats, 2.5 million votes, but we need to get over the top, and that means making some adjustments and some changes, and that means I have to look inward into what changes I have to make. I've been told since the election that I need to gain those extra few percentage points by being more lovable and human. So naturally, I've commissioned a poll on how to do that, and the preliminary results are in. Option A, I can get a dog, or option B, and I'm quoting the pollster here, I can find more meaningful ways to connect with people on a personal level and make emotional connections with Canadians. So I immediately called the pollster and said, what kind of dog? Now, clearly, we Conservatives do need to be a lot more pleasant. And I hear these reports about people kicking in doors, calling each other snakes, yelling, and I thought, who leaked this morning's staff meeting? But come on, none of you really believed Chris d'Entremont's story about being threatened and intimidated by my whip and my House Leader. Have any of you actually seen my whip and my House Leader? Andrew Scheer has not intimidated anyone in the history of man. And Chris Workington, well, he is so skinny, he's like the poster child for long-term Ozempic abuse.
Okay, that's not funny.
But the whole thing has us all thinking about caucus management. I think that Stephen Guilbeault would actually agree that this is very important. I hear that the NDP actually rejected having Guilbeault join their caucus. What an ego blow. Come on, Don. Is Don Davies here tonight? Don, come on, man. Beggars can't be choosers. And surely Stephen Guilbeault's brand of crazy would fit in right between the delegation of furries and the Queers for Palestine. I see that.
Oh, boy.
Elizabeth, I see that Elizabeth May is here, and that's great, but I have to say I get a little nervous around Elizabeth because she's a hugger, and of course, I'm allergic to feelings. So we'll go back to the NDP. The NDP does have a table tonight. Not a full table. They don't have official table status. But we can't forget about the NDP the way Canadians did in the last election. And isn't it great to have the Prime Minister here tonight?
Yeah, he's only grinning because he knows what he's going to say when it's his turn.
Right here in Canada, of all places. So he's been dodging me in question period. But Prime Minister, I don't take it personally, so let's put those differences aside and let's give him a big Grey Cup welcome tonight, everybody. Well, that was a little bit more kind and gentle than in Winnipeg, where he got more booze than Elizabeth Bay's liquor cabinet.
Wow. Wow. Like, not at all funny.
An economist, Mr. May is, Mr. Carney, of course, is an economist, and economists deal with incentives. And I understand he promised that the media outlet that gave him the biggest applause would get the biggest bailout tonight. But he is right about one thing. Canada does face an existential crisis. and threats against our sovereignty from a foreign leader. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with a very tough guy who's staring us down and facing us with a number of very big threats, so all of us have to come together.
Also, Dr. Bastrings, I did take a large drink of water. Everyone take a deep breath and a big drink of water.
And get on message. But the trouble, Prime Minister, is I'm having a difficulty finding out what the latest slogan is. And you know how much I love slogans. And we're all wondering how you went from elbows up to who cares? And we're told that the answer is that the big change happened when the president threatened you that if you didn't back down, then he would grab you by the pipeline.
Yuck. Gross.
It certainly has been a busy time for the Prime Minister in international travel, checking on his investments, trade negotiations. If he's not been fighting for mom and pop shops like Brookfield, trying to get into Gulf states, we haven't seen such an altruistic champion of Canada's economy abroad since the Chinese lent us Dominic Barton. But the Prime Minister can't do this work all on his own. Dominic LeBlanc can't do it all for him either. I think Dominic now has more portfolios than any minister in Canadian history. I think he's just added heritage to it. Exactly. Prime Minister, give Dominic a break. Please let him focus on the thing that is most passionate in his life, like giving contracts to his closest family members.
Everyone's
now,
so
parlons maintenant de la nation québécoise, family members.
Look at Yves in the background here.
Now, parlons maintenant de la nation québécoise. Et bon, je sais que les journalistes de campagne. Oui, il y a une nouvelle étude, il y a le devoir ici, une nouvelle étude de Harvard qui permettra de... Est-ce que Red Can est ici? D'Alice, mais anonyme à l'arrière de l'avion. En même temps, mais si vous êtes là, mais blague à part, les choses vont mieux pour moi au Québec. Mais je sais que vous autres l'aimez. C'est un gars qui cuisine bien. En passant, on me dit qu'il cuisine des très bons brownies. Now, before I take my seat and grimace my way through the rest of the evening, let me say I can't wait to be Prime Minister so that I never have to come back to this godforsaken event. As you know, I've banned all of my MPs from coming to this event. So as soon as I find out that I was here, I will be kicking myself out of caucus. But in the meantime, on behalf of Doug Ford, let me propose a toast to the Parliamentary Press Gallery. Without you, anonymous sources would have to get a real job. So, everybody, please raise a glass to the Parliamentary Press Gallery. How's that for a change in tone? Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay. So, you know, Impressionist was funny. Yikes, man. Yeah, not even close. Yeah, everything after the apple was ick, and we all know it wasn't his idea to do that. Somebody on his team was like, hey, this would maybe make you more appealing, and then he opened his mouth and it didn't matter anyway.
Allez pas trop loin, Monsieur Poilievre.
You can feel the ick in the room.
Allez pas trop loin.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so since I didn't have any jokes ready, I asked ChatGPT for a little bit of help. Here we go. Pierre keeps
playing to his base. Absolutely, Phil Taylor. That is exactly what that was.
Insisting his caucus is strong and united. Sure, united in looking for another job. Not bad, not bad. Ça doit pas être facile, hein, de voir Mark Carney quand même voler vos idées, vos députés, même Daniel Smith. Mais je pensais jamais que vous seriez aussi déprimé puis en manque d'amis que de venir chiller avec des journalistes. Knows how to relate to the average. You have to give it to Pierre Poilievre. He really knows how to relate to the average Canadian. Price of gas, price of food, housing, crime. And I mean, who hasn't had a toxic relationship with their ex?
What?
Bon, passons à notre invité quand même. Ça a été tough, hein, pour le Bloc cette année, pareil.
What?
Vous avez perdu une temps? On peut pas dire que le résultat était pas clair. Petite joke de clarté, là, OK. Mais ce qui a dû faire encore plus mal, par contre. Alors, mesdames et messieurs.
Oh, sorry, Thea.
Good evening, Canada!
Excellent.
Sorry to crash your party. Il y aura peut-être un peu de français ici ce soir.
A little bit of French, if you please. Oh, he totally does.
Écoutez, je vais me permettre d'en profiter autant que possible. Parce que c'est peut-être mon dernier. N'oubliez pas qu'il y aura un gouvernement.
I know, there is not anywhere to find a translation for this. I wish that there was. And I don't want to call on Fea to try and live translate it for us, because that's putting her majorly on the spot. But yeah, I really wish there was. I looked everywhere for a translated version, but there isn't one, unfortunately.
Majoritaire indépendantiste cet automne au Québec. Puis je dis ça à chaque année.
Yeah.
Puis je reviens tout le temps.
I want to take as much advantage as I can. I might not be here next year.
Je veux féliciter Mme Hélène Buzetti. Ce prix modifiera le ton de nos engueulades en mêlée de presse.
Have an independent. No, if both of you can try a little bit, that's awesome. Even if you just get the big roasts.
Et je suis heureux de savoir, quitte à n'en être pas exclu, que les politiciens ne sont pas tous des imbéciles. Je veux aussi saluer la présence du Premier ministre. Écoutez, puisqu'il est ici ce soir, peut-être que la tribune de la presse devrait organiser les périodes de questions.
Something about question period. Oh, not all politicians are imbeciles. Excellent. Thank you, guys.
D'habitude, Pierre Poilievre n'est pas au souper de la tribune de la presse. Peut-être que la tribune de la presse devrait organiser les périodes de questions. Il est peut-être un peu tard, mais vous connaissez mon ancienne vie, c'est pas mon premier lascaux.
Who is a coward? Hold on, I'm gonna try one more time to look, because he has does the embargo apply to translators as well? I don't know, Phil. I just, like, the only people that have been able to post clips are the people that are watching it afterwards. Let me... So, it's all good, Ayla. They didn't have any sort of translation for this, which, you know, that's part of it, but,
Monsieur le Premier ministre, Monsieur le Président de la Chambre, in my last part of it in English, the High Commissioner of United Kingdom is among us. And he's the friendliest English person I know. J'ai failli dire que le chef du Parti conservateur avait été remplacé, mais j'aurais pas su dire si c'était par M. Clark ou M. Charest. Alors, je suis bien heureux d'être ici. Je veux commencer par des remerciements au
What is the time stamp? We are at 1:25.
PDG, président, directeur général,
I
chief
know, he's so funny, and that's what makes us so sad.
executive officer, CEO du Canada Inc.
Joe Clark, probably. Ayla.
Une très importante firme d'investissement vert. Vert, très, très vert. Vert, très, très, très foncé aux îles Caïmans. Parce que le premier ministre est beaucoup plus drôle que moi, surtout lorsqu'il parle en français. Dans la catégorie drôle, parce qu'à cet exercice-là, j'ai déjà été à Québec, je suis obligé de reconnaître que le champion de toute catégorie historique des blagues dans des soupers de ce genre est l'ancien premier ministre Jean Charest. Sa réputation
It's okay, Ayla.
est observateur. Vous pouvez me trouver baveux, mais je suis un ancien futur chef du Parti québécois. J'aurais préféré que M. Charest soit assis à côté de M. Carney pour pouvoir traduire ce que je dis.
You guys are awesome.
Merci aux journalistes et à la tribune de la presse et à leurs invités unilingues anglais. L'année passée, je me suis tellement planté. J'avais l'impression de prononcer une oraison funèbre. Je présume que j'étais plate et que je n'étais pas drôle. Donc, ce soir, si vous me trouvez plate, si vous me trouvez pas drôle, si vous êtes mal à l'aise parce que votre voisin de table est unilingue anglais, il n'y a pas de malaise.
So, Dr. Bastrings, it literally says on here, no interpretation. So.
C'est pas grave. Je suis habitué au Parlement de faire des discours devant très peu de personnes dont personne n'écoute. Et pour être sûr que j'ai un minimum de succès, je prendrai les réactions des francophones emblématiques au rire facile et je les multiplierai par 10. Mettons Christian Noël. Cette omniprésence de Canadiens, donc d'Anglais, va me rappeler à l'humilité ce qui est pourtant...
No, they don't salmon fry. Usually, if they had captions, it would be here. Or if they had translations, it would be here as well. But no, they do not. Not for this stuff, anyway.
J'ai connu ma plus belle qualité. Vous savez, quand on ne comprend pas les blagues que le gars dit, c'est pas sa faute à lui. Je suis habitué, parce qu'encore une fois, en chambre, le premier ministre ne comprend pas ce que je dis.
Thank you guys for translating. I can pick up like 40% of what he's saying. We don't understand jokes, it's not the speaker's fault.
Il y a même des journalistes qui font semblant de ne pas comprendre mes réponses en point de presse. Merci forcément à la tribune de la presse de m'avoir encore invité. Vous savez, quand le doyen du Parlement du Canada est indépendantiste, le Canada a un problème.
There's even journalists that fake not understanding at press conferences. Oh boy, you guys are amazing.
Lorsqu'on va placer sur les murs du Parlement le portrait de Louis Plamondon, c'est comme si on mettait le portrait de Napoléon Bonaparte sur les murs de Westminster.
Maybe this is my, like, calling to start learning French again. It's been a long time.
Mais quand le plus ancien chef de parti reconnu au Parlement est aussi un indépendantiste, c'est que les jours du Canada sont comptés.
Napoleon Bonaparte on the rolls of
Merci à M. Poilievre, qui est de loin le meilleur tribun d'entre nous, dont j'espérais qu'il se fasse remplacer. Finalement, il est là. Ça fuck un peu mon texte.
All good, friend. Even if you get one or two of the sentences, that's more than what I would be able to translate.
Je vous le dis, là, ça fuck un peu mon texte. Le problème de Pierre, ce n'est ni l'éloquence, ni la maîtrise des deux langues, l'anglais pour le Canada.
Ah, Ayla, because he wasn't expecting him to be there. Ah, funny.
Le français pour le Québec. Le problème, il est ailleurs. Bref, puisqu'avant cette fois-ci...
Problem with Pierre is he's neither talking both languages and walk.
Pierre n'est jamais venu au souper de la Tribune de la Presse. J'ai voulu lui offrir des conseils. J'ai dû tomber sur une mauvaise journée, une rare mauvaise journée. Pierre boudait.
You can just tell in the way that he's speaking, he has so much feeling and emotion behind everything that he says. He doesn't want Danielle Smith, in which case proceed. Yeah.
Imaginez, Pierre boudet. C'est si rare. Et pourtant, la règle de base, ce n'est pas parce que tu refuses de rire de toi-même
Laurel, and that's why I wish that I wish that they had
que les autres
translated
ne
it.
feront pas.
Although even translated, it wouldn't quite be the same.
Traduisez ça pour vos voisins. Là. Avant Mark Carney, j'étais le plus vieux chef du Parlement, en termes d'âge. Puis Mark Carney est arrivé. Il est plus vieux que moi. Oui, oui, oui. D'un mois. D'un mois. Plus vieux d'un mois.
Former Carney, you were the oldest, and then Carney arrived. He's older than me. Wow, Ayla, you're very quick.
Mais rassure-toi, Mark, personne ne me croit. Surtout les dames. Elles disent toutes au moins 15 ans plus vieux. Mais tellement plus riches. Son portefeuille d'actions dans le pétrole le rend beaucoup plus riche qu'Éric Lapointe avant qu'il ne soit sobre. De toute façon,
Mostly richer.
Mark Carney et moi, on est tous les deux heureux en couple. Une chance. Je ne voudrais pas aller dans un bar en célibataire avec Mark.
His portfolio and actions make him richer than Aaron Lookball when he was sober.
Il me planterait à plate couture. En termes de séduction, j'imagine que ma Toyota n'a aucune chance contre sa caravane de fonction, un yak en Méditerranée, ou au pire, ses gardes du corps. Une semaine à Drummondville contre un mois entre Londres et l'Italie. Je ne fais pas le poids. Et le coup de grâce, imaginez un week-end échangiste avec Danielle Smith. Moi, j'ai même pas le droit d'aller en Alberta. D'ailleurs, j'ai remarqué au menu qu'il y avait du bœuf de l'Alberta. Ils l'ont baptisé le Mark's Alberta's Beef.
Mark's Alberta's Beef. A weekend as a swinger with Danielle Smith. I'm not allowed to go to Alberta. Yikes.
C'est assez intéressant parce que le Mark's Alberta Beef est excellent Et s'il n'est pas assez tendre, tu tapes dessus, il finit par ramollir. Merci aussi à François-Philippe. Je peux l'appeler François-Philippe. On se connaît depuis le IGA de Shawinigan.
Again, I can pick up some of the words, but you guys are amazing. Mark Celebrity is not tender enough. You beat on it and it goes tender. Oh my goodness.
Il est ici parmi nous, il se lève pour qu'on le voie, personne ne s'en rend compte. Il nous fait bien paraître, François-Philippe. Et c'est pas sa faute.
Hey, nice.
Il paraît qu'on a vu le budget avant lui. Parlant de bien paraître, encore merci à Mark Carney. Quand tu veux bien faire paraître les oppositions, tu nommes Stephen McKinnon comme leader. C'est plus facile et surtout beaucoup plus drôle. Mais je ne prends pas toujours exemple sur le premier ministre, malgré notre intense trafic de numéros de téléphone.
Apparently he saw the budget before us.
Je vais prendre de l'eau, moi, quelque part. Parce que là, je ne sais pas qui a vu là-dedans ou pas. Bon, Pierre, peut-être, Marc, hein?
Like, even his body language is funny. That was intense telephone traffic, yeah. Pierre drank all the water.
Alors, la collection de numéros de téléphone de Marc est beaucoup plus impressionnante que la mienne. Je n'ai pas le numéro du roi Charles. Je n'ai pas le numéro de Donald Trump. Je n'ai pas le numéro de Daniel Smith. Je suis même pas certain d'avoir le numéro de Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon.
Question of phone numbers. Yeah, he's got Donald Trump, he's got Pierre Poilievre, Danielle Smith.
Mais le premier ministre, lui, il a l'intelligence de laisser faire à un moment donné, d'abandonner, des fois. Pendant que moi, j'essaie encore de me mettre copain en même temps avec les indépendantistes de l'Alberta et les écologistes de la Colombie-Britannique. Je ne gagerai pas sur moi-même et faites surtout pas ça. En passant, il reste juste un Stephen au Conseil des ministres.
Can you guys hear the vacuum in the background? Probably can. Hey.
Le 25 cents est tombé du mauvais bord. L'habit fait pas le moine, le prénom fait pas l'anglais. Merci à Stephen Guilbeault. Vous n'allez pas me demander de vous dire pourquoi. Mais je suis déçu. Oui, déçu. En fait, j'étais à bout de patience. Je pensais que Stephen n'allait pas toffer 10 jours dans le pipeline libéral. Il a enduré des années. J'attendais son départ fracassant depuis 2019. Inévitable, me disais-je, inévitable. Mais Dieu, que ça lui a pris du temps. Stephen n'a pas compris avec Justin Trudeau que le Parti libéral est pétrolier. Il a fallu Mark Carney. Traitement choc, l'opération a réussi. Stephen est parti. Mais pas tant parti que ça, il est encore dans le caucus. Mark, dans le trouble. Dans le trouble. Monsieur Carney a su seulement hier que Stephen Guilbeault avait démissionné. La lettre était écrite en français. Ce n'est pas si mal. Les candidats à la direction du NPD, eux autres, ne savent pas encore que Stephen est parti. D'ailleurs,
there we go. Oh my goodness. The NDP don't even know he's gone and the letter was in French. That's very good.
On avait ce soir un menu exceptionnel. Il manquait un élément. qui aurait pu être inspiré du premier ministre, la soupe Carney. C'est un potage aux couleuvres. Stephen aurait aimé. Mario Dumont a suggéré le jour même de la démission de Stephen, je vous jure, que Stephen s'en aille au NPD. Chef, demain.
Carney soup, snakes, potato.
D'abord, il y a quelque chose dans l'eau de TVA depuis les coupures de poste. Ça m'inquiète. Il faudrait prendre une partie du 150 millions de Radio-Canada et l'envoyer au privé. Mais au nom de notre ancienne collaboration, j'ai pensé faire kidnapper Stephen et le cacher dans un monastère bouddhiste. Après tout, il connaît ça, la séquestration. Mais il y a une limite au nombre de gaffes qu'un seul gars peut faire dans une seule vie. Stephen, tu peux rester au caucus libéral. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Faites que Stephen reste au caucus libéral.
Thank you, Ayla, for your amazing translations so quickly.
Tu viens au bloc si tu veux, sauf que je garde Patrick Bonin. Je vais t'expliquer. D'abord, oublie le NPD. Il refuse les candidatures francophones.
Totally fine. I'm missing 100%.
Il paraît que les conservateurs te gardent le siège de Chris d'Entremont. Et au besoin, t'as des choix, là. Ton auto électrique est toute propre. Elisabeth s'en est occupée. T'as plein d'options, mais reste au caucus libéral de grâce. Et écoutez, on ne va pas se mettre à parler d'environnement. Encore moins de climat. Mark Carney ne fait pas ça. Il ne parle pas d'environnement et de climat.
All right. I appreciate the translations, friends. I am going to... Oh, he makes jokes. He's very funny. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. Make a good team. Yeah, you guys are awesome. But I also can't stream for too much longer. So I am gonna... Oh, hold on. What's this?
Mathématicien et diplomate, le Hubert Reeves de l'astropétrole, l'Archimède de la séquestration carbone, le Jean Charest du libre-échange, le Napoléon du 51e État.
Yes, Olafin, that's what I want to do.
Le plus beau, Marc, c'est que je le savais que tu le croirais. Mais il est pas fou. Il ne voulait pas se faire...
I'm not sure what that was, but... Alright, I'm going to fast forward to Don Davies just because, like I said, I don't have a ton of time left that I can be on stream. Whoop, stream here.
So part 3 of Yves-François Blanchet's speech is coming next year. Je sais que beaucoup de néo-démocrates se prélibèrent this. I don't know if you guys know this, but Don Davies' real name is Donald Vincent Davies. Think about it. DVD. No wonder the NDP feel a little outdated sometimes. So I don't have much else to go with, but neither do they. So please welcome on stage our preferred Donald, Don Davies.
Preferred Donald is excellent. I love that. I believe this is the last... This may get up. Do you know, Olafin?
Good evening, distinguished guests, colleagues, and members of the press gallery. My name is Don Davies, and my pronouns are broke and irrelevant.
It's all good, Ayla. Thank you very, very much for your help. I super appreciate that.
I was originally given 3 minutes for my remarks, but I negotiated an extra minute in exchange for propping up the Liberals, and an extra 2 for keeping the Conservatives out of an election. Jesus, Monsieur Blanchet, after that speech, I think I'm going to vote for separation. Look, I'll be honest. The last election was tough for New Democrats despite having a hip, fit, and well-dressed leader. So in choosing an interim leader, we're going to go in a different direction. Tell you, it's hard to be a New Democrat these days, representing a once great Canadian institution that's been reduced to a shadow of its former self. Of course, that's something that our friends at the CBC table can relate to. I thought you'd like that, Pierre.
Goodness. Very funny.
In fact, I lead a party that lost status so shockingly that some call us Buffy Saint NDP. Now, a lot of people say the NDP has alienated the working class, which I think is unfair. Rich people and professionals also don't like us. There's good news, though. The NDP just had our French language leaders debate, and it was very good for party morale. Unfortunately, that party was the Bloc Québécois.
You did great, Ayla. You were I can catch a little bit of what he was saying, and you were doing awesome.
Now, I'd like to address the allegation that the NDP is broke. Untrue. We've had our accountant split the numbers into capital and operating budgets. And if you don't add those columns together against our revenue, we will lead the planet in economic strength. It's an honor to join my fellow leaders here tonight. Elizabeth May is here, my designated driver. You see, the funny thing about that is, to Elizabeth, the most offensive part of that joke is the idea that she drove here.
Excellent. See? Funny.
Anyway, I'd like to congratulate her on negotiating such a massive gain to win her support of the budget. Getting the Liberals to agree to do what they already agreed to do and won't do was huge. I also see my colleague Guy-François Blanchet here. We all know I tried to get official party status for the NDP, but a big barrier was we refused to give the Bloc official party status when they had less than 12 seats, and then Jagmeet called them racists. Tonight I'm announcing new NDP policy. Never fuck over someone who put Je me souviens on their license plates.
Can someone translate what is je me souviens for me? I will remember. Ah. Okay. He said that they did not support the Bloc Québécois in becoming a party when they had less than 12 seats, and you shouldn't fuck over a party that has "I will remember" on their license plates.
C'est un nouveau jour. There, I just spoke more French than the 5 leadership candidates did in Montreal. Now, Pierre Poilievre, I might have a small caucus, but at least it isn't shrinking. By the way, it's not the size of your caucus, it's what you do with it.
Hell yes.
Now, I see that Matt Genereux is not here tonight. Seriously, though, has anyone seen him? I'm getting a little bit worried. The last time anyone heard from him, Andrew Scheer and Chris Warkentin were seen near his office with rope and a ball gag.
He's just gonna let that linger.
You have to visualize that. And of course, Prime Minister Carney is here. It's great to see his entire communications team join him. Oh, my apologies, that's the Toronto Star table. Now, the Prime Minister and I actually have a lot in common. We both grew up in Edmonton, went to small Catholic high schools, and are in tremendous physical shape. Fuck, I didn't know I was going to be leader. We both played hockey and scored the same number of goals, only he was a goalie and I was a forward. Now, speaking of devout Catholicism, this spring, Mr. Carney went to the Vatican to meet Pope Leo. Then he rushed home to make sure Canada wasn't wearing any protection when we got screwed by the United States. But elbows up? Seriously? When this guy met Donald Trump, he got on his knees so fast, Francois Legault wanted to use the notwithstanding clause. Maybe Danielle Smith too, if the rumors about Mr. Trump are true.
Yikes.
Prime Minister, remember that Catholic forgiveness thing. In the end, I never did get that extra minute from the Liberals, but I'm going to abstain and let this night proceed. And thank you. It's what the voters would want. And let this night proceed anyway. It's what the voters would want. Thank you.
Yikes. That was like mostly okay, but also kind of yikes. Oh, absolutely, Olafin.
Can you tell me why these guys are having a race? Why not just give it to this guy? What is this?
Hell yes.
What is this? What a waste of time. Finally. There's been so many setbacks on the environment under the Liberals that even the Green Party has now only one leader. So, Madam May, we were going to give you 3 minutes, but for your speech, but we've learned that it only takes you 35 seconds to make you happy. But I wonder how you feel about the budget vote now, right? But don't worry, as someone that works for Québécois, I know how it feels to sell your soul. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, la chef du Parti vert, Elisabeth May.
Yeah, the no holds barred thing just gets more aggressive as this thing goes.
Enfin, I'm happy to be here, and I hate to tell you, I really think it's a matter of principle, and nobody's done it yet tonight. So I want to start by acknowledging we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, to them say, Miigwech, chi miigwech, and boy, are we sorry we fucked up your land.
Yes! That was amazing.
Okay, moving along, I want to start also by saying bonsoir à tous. Il y a 17 mois depuis le dernier dîner de la tribune de la presse parlementaire. Il y a 17 mois et une éternité. I had jokes from 2024 about Justin Trudeau and jokes about Jagmeet Singh, and of course, Yves-François Blanchet, Pierre Poilievre. I can still use the jokes about Pierre Poilievre, but I want to make a point because Pierre's right. I'm a hugger. I will also share with you he doesn't like it. But I persist because I really try very hard. One day there will be a Miss Congeniality Award for Parliament, and I got a lock. What I wanted to say was, in fairness to Pierre, I want to defend him, because even people on his own team started saying he was guilty of political malpractice for the election. I just want to point something out. There's a housing crisis, and we ought to think about the situation in which Pierre and his family find themselves, because the housing crisis is particularly acute if you're a prime minister, because there's no place to live. You don't have like a 10 Downing Street, you don't have a 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. There's a condemned 24 Sussex Drive, and it's very clear that Pierre loves Stornoway. He and his family love Stornoway. They never left, even after the other guy, Bruce Fanshawe over there, got the seat. Well, Pierre never left. He stayed firmly in Stornoway, and even he doesn't have a home in Battle River Crowfoot. So I think all Canadians ought to be thinking about Pierre and what he really wants, and making sure he never leaves opposition so he can always live at Stornoway. That seems fair to me. The other thing about being fair and trying to find empathy for everyone, God, wasn't Don Davies great? Let's give him another round of applause.
Yeah.
I mean, I love my friends in the NDP, and I hate to say it, I really feel badly when they're in worse financial shape than the Green Party. But c'est vrai encore. I also, I'm very fond of Yves-François Blanchet, so it's difficult. Mais je pense que pour Yves-François Blanchet, c'est vraiment difficile. Ça doit être difficile pour lui quand le séparatisme albertain a plus de soutien que le séparatisme québécois. Quel cauchemar. But in thinking of empathy for our Prime Minister, I think it really is hard to be going down to Washington to meet with Donald Trump. That's not something anyone really wants to do. Trump is now remaking the White House in his own image. This is, I mean, like literally. It now looks something between a brothel and a casino. And to go down there and visit Trump, you have to figure out, well, again, empathy. How do I feel empathy for the U.S. president? Le pauvre homme n'a pas l'air de bonne santé. Un régime alimentaire uniquement de hamburgers et de frites chez the McDonald's. It's not good for him.
Oh, she is on fire. I love her.
Fortunately, I'm reliably informed that his health secretary, RFK Jr., is going to move him to a healthier diet, Bobby's favorite roadkill. So Trump will be feeling better soon. It's very, very clear that I can't recycle jokes about Justin Trudeau from 2024 to apply to our Prime Minister. In 2024, I said that Justin Trudeau had been so impressed with his meeting with Greta Thunberg that he promised her he would name his next pipeline after her. Actually, that still works. The situation in which we find ourselves, though, is that Prime Minister Carney is a man of immense accomplishment. His CV speaks of lots of economic background, not to mention a star turn on Jon Stewart, so we know he can do comedy. Not so much tonight, but generally speaking, he does really good comedy, and he's expert at what he does. But I remember, and I think a lot of you remember the famous Jon Stewart interview, where our Prime Minister used basically the theme of relationships and sometimes needing counseling. Earlier tonight, some of you may have seen us have a hug. Literally, it did happen. Stephen Giebel and I and Mark Carney saw each other. I said, how about group hug? And we did. And then I suggested they should come up on stage with me so we could sing, and breaking up is hard to do. But they're not here with me, so I'm solo again. I'll make the joke for you, the entire Green Party caucus is here tonight, and we're unified. There are very few internal debates. But when you think about a relationship, I think about, as Mark Carney said earlier, it's only 11 months that we're just getting to know each other. And I know what that's like. You know, you meet a guy, he's nice, good looking, smart, charming. He makes promises, and then, damn it, if he doesn't just break your heart 10 days later. It's a really hard thing, but you know, there is therapy and there is counseling, and perhaps we could give it a go. But
Take care, Aria. No worries, friend. It's all good. I get it. That's how I started my day today, too. You're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to leave if you need to. Take care of yourself.
But there are boundaries, there are rules, and we want to make sure that whatever we do is in the interests of Team Canada. So we need to always have in mind that no matter what else happens in this country of ours, given Mark Carney's enormous credentials, I sometimes wonder why he's slumming it with mere Canadian members of Parliament like us, when he could be jetting around, well, he is still jetting around the world, but in the billionaire class, the bunch of us in Parliament are really not in his league. I know that Mark Carney is generally known as the smartest guy in the room, so I've concluded that he's choosing to spend his time in Parliament to increase the odds that that's always going to be true. So with that, I want to also thank Guillaume Saint-Pierre, because I think il est peut-être, parce que je pense que Guillaume Saint-Pierre est le plus drôle maître de cérémonie pour ce dîner de la tribune que jamais, je pense que oui, et les meilleures blagues. We have here in this room, all of us together, trying to have a good time together when it runs too late. All I can say is that I am happy to drive Dawn home, but I don't have a car. Meanwhile, to all of us here, let's remember we are one country, and as much as I am the only one who wants to be Miss Congeniality, let's try to get along. Thanks. Good night.
Nice. Love her. That was excellent. Oh, he's great. Oh, there's the hugs. I was hoping she'd go up to Pierre Poilievre and give him a hug.
Well, so that's it, folks. Thanks for coming. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to all the leaders for being here tonight. It's important. We like having you here. And yeah, go dance. And see you soon. Thank you.
There you go. That is the press gallery dinner, and that happens every year. And yeah, if you were to look on any of the YouTubes, they don't have permission to post it. So the only place that you'll see clips is on CPAC. This is not the right CBC, but you know what I mean. Oh, look, there's two of me. All right, friends. Thank you for sticking around and hanging out. I said this was going to be a short stream, and it has now been 5 hours. So I think I'm going to call it there. I don't see anybody that is currently live. So what I'm going to do is...
The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States.
Hold on. So, I don't know what their actual channel name is. Seconds. That was a first. Yeah, I've watched a couple of them over the years, just because, like I said, I grew up around politicians and watching this kind of stuff. But it was fun to watch it with y'all. There we go. Yeah, I appreciate all of you being here. I hope you have a excellent rest of your day. I am struggling to get this going. There we go. Serves. Invalid username. Of course it's invalid. There we go. Okay. You have a Alright, I'd suggest, but it's in French from France. Oh. One of these days for sure. Thanks for being patient, y'all. I am... There we go. Oh, no worries, Neuropunk. Not a problem. Does CPAC have past events? Yes, they do. If you go onto the CPAC website, you will be able to see old videos, including old question periods. Here is your raid message. If you don't mind copying and pasting that into the chat, that would be, whoopsie, that would be super appreciated. And I am hoping to be live probably Thursday, I would say, is the next time that I'm going to be live. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. And much love to you all. Take care. Goodbye.